Ayy, poppin' like I'm supposed to. Watch out for the people that ain't close to. Speak a little something you could toast to. I ain't tryna hear about what you won't do. Moving like I'm into. Hit the ground running like the rent do. Speak a little something that you're into. I ain't tryna hear about what you been through. Like hold up, say what's the hold up. I got the pack, who got the roll up? I'm tryna pull up. It seem like every time I show up, it gotta go up. See the drip, they see the glow up. Oh, now they know us. See, it's funny how my pockets out of shape, but I'm fit for the flex. Clear the phone call, hit my chick with a text. Parlay through the bird with my drip from the jets. Save a couple hundred by your with the rest. I prefer my reefer with Henny and Coke. Please don't be stingy, got plenty to smoke. Show up and act up and back to the crib. I do not stun, I just rap what I live. Seem like they doing the most for the clout. Did what I said so they know what I'm about. Show up and act up and back to the crib. I do not stun, I just rap what I live. Ayy, winning like I ought to. I ain't wanna do it, but I got to. Smoking what my doctor told me not to. Got these wishing they was hot too. Ballin' like I need to. Got my exes wishing for a redo. Smell the marijuana when I speed through. Hit her with a tip, that's a preview. Hold up, wait up, get your weight up. Shit, get your money, not your hater. Boy, draw a play up. I flip my wrist, a layup. She wanna lay up. I gotta get it, I'ma stay up. I'm all the way up, I got my pay up. I ain't playing with you, I'm a coach now. Commentating, do the most now. I be somewhere booted with my toes down. Made little baby tooted with her nose down. I prefer my reefer with Henny and Coke. Please don't be stingy, got plenty to smoke. Show up and act up and back to the crib. I do not stun, I just rap what I live. Seem like they doing the most for the clout. Did what I said so they know what I'm about. Show up and act up and back to the crib. I do not stun, I just rap what I live.
Ay, ay. Look, I'm too cool for the rules, baby, get off of me. Never need no push, I do it all for me. Keep a couple real hitters, got them on call for me. Money moving, got it in the market where it ought to be. Too true for the flex, baby, don't cap to me. Drop 50, bring 150 right back to me. Keep a couple real hitters, got them on call for me. Money moving, got it in the market where it ought to be. Look, Papa don't preach, teachers don't teach. Gon' reach, that's facts. I ain't worried about none of that. I'm making that cash stack. Bunch of O's like NASCAR, but it's really more like NASDAQ. Why they thinking that they hot when they really more like quarter on me like a referee? Hating what they'll never be. Small top with a big bottom, yeah, shorter shape like a letter D. Let her have it, then I let her be. If you love it, gotta let it grow. Crazy cause you really never know. When I'm hurting, never let it show. I'm a two-tone, two-phone, two-chain, new thing, lane whip, but you a broke. Low class, no cash, certified lame. I've been getting to it like I ought to. Couldn't pick, so I bought two. Understand why your chick came, I'm just trying to figure why she brought you. I'm really reppin' and I'm flexed up, and I ain't gotta tell them I'm next up. Sleep on the they rest up, but I'm up and I'm getting my checks up. Me and the fellas be high as propellers, ain't could tell us we great. Looking at like how do you figure unless you could talk about 8 figures. I'm too cool for the rules, baby, get off of me. Never need no push, I do it all for me. Keep a couple real hitters, got them on call for me. Money moving, got it in the market where it ought to be. Too true for the flex, baby, don't cap to me. Drop 50, bring 150 right back to me. Keep a couple real hitters, got them on call for me. Money moving, got it in the market where it ought to be. Look how we litty, we turned up the city, we raising the bar height. I been finessing, just look at them stressing, yeah, they been up all night. Sipping this water with somebody's daughter, she take what I taught her and build on it. Came in this game on that today, ain't in a couple years later, we still on it. Be hating on it. be waiting on it like a new season. I bet an acre on it. I put some paper on it like I'm loose leafing. Buying them assets. Build me a cash net I could fall in. Look at my last bit. Ain't got a tiptoe. I'm all in. Think on a level that can't fail. And I roll me a J with the hate mail. Been doing good on the merch sale. All this bread on me look like a bake sale. Tell her your was really good. I be really good on a jaw jack. Send an email about the bread. I'ma hit you back with the call back. I'm too cool for the rules, baby. Get off of me. Never need no push, I do it all for me. Keep a couple real hitters, got them on call for me. Money moving, got it in the market where it ought to be. Too true for the flex, baby, don't cap to me. Drop 50, bring 150 right back to me. Keep a couple real hitters, got them on call for me. Money moving, got it in the market where it ought to be.
How's everybody doing tonight? Come on in. Make sure you guys hit that like button. I'll kick it with y'all for a little minute tonight. A little hour. Kick it with y'all for a little hour. We're going to do a part 2 to the live stream that I did. What was that, Saturday night? I did a live. Why do you hate Final Mile? That live pissed some people off. But we're going to get into part 2. I don't know why it pissed people off, but it did. You dig what I'm saying? And the only thing I did was tell the truth. And I showed some numbers. Everybody want to know numbers. So I showed some. Maybe that's what it was. Maybe it was the numbers. But either way, nonetheless, I digress. We're going to get into it. How's everybody doing tonight? Thursday night. Make sure you come on in, hit that like button. Let me know where you guys are checking in from. Shout out to Pippi. I see Pippi in the building. Shout out to all the other moderators. Come on in. How's everybody doing? Corey Jackson, Devontae Smalls. Devontae Smalls is up, Chuck in the building. Shout out to all the MGMs. That's pretty much all that's in here. Moderators and MGMs. Everybody else. Let's see. Who else we got in here? Kelvin Birch. What else? Byron Gibson. What's going on? It's D Walk. Shout out to Cleveland. Glenn Logan. Hey, Glenn Logan, you sent me an email, right? You sent me an email, right? Uh, yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. What was it? What was it that you wanted me to look at in this email? Because I know you sent it to me, but I'm just backed up on a lot of stuff. What was it? Excuse me. What was I supposed to be looking at in this email? Shout out to Neville Ben Short. Shout out to everybody that's watching on Facebook as well as YouTube. Imani Stokes. Shout out to Baltimore. The truth hurts, Mark. Just like people doesn't want to take the accountability. Well, the truth does hurt. I get it. I see it. Because the one time, one of very few times where I actually let people into my personal, well, not my personal business, but my business, people get upset. People want to know. So I show. You would think somebody show something not like that. You would think people are. You would think people would hit you with the hand clap, but no, but I love it though. I love it. So it is what it is. D, what up? Let me know what this email is about, Glenn. What am I supposed to be looking at? The rates? Courtney Holmes, what up? 6H Logistics in the building. Bill Bob, what up, Bill? Handsome Boy Jeffrey. Is it Jeffrey or is it Joffrey? Orange County, California in the building. What up? Business is great since I switched to the van. Keeping damn near double the profit. Let me ask you this, Upchuck. Did you switch to the van on your own, or was it my guidance that made you switch to the van? Nice Biggie Smalls cup. Yeah, I got a few of these. I saw them in I got this from Burlington Coat Factory. They had it on a little Christmas table for $5. So I grabbed as many of them as I could. I'm giving Biggie Small mugs away for Christmas. I'm giving Biggie Small Ready to Die. They probably liquidating them after all the puffy stuff that's going on. They probably trying to get rid of them. So they done liquidated them to Burlington. So when I seen these, I'm like, oh, this reminds me of freshman year in high school. I picked up as many of them as I could. So everybody from my generation that I know, they're going to get a Ready to Die coffee mug for Christmas. That came right on time. Your opinion on if the contracts with the company are worth delivering for them? Well, if you want, I can pull them up on this live and I can look at them. So let me know. I'll pull them up. I had a rough night. Shout out to 5-Star Logistics. I had a rough night last night with breakdown of a ruptured coolant hose. Damn. So you had to get a tow then, huh? It's DeWalt said makes sense. Charles J, what up, Mark? The final mile is good right now. I know it is. Zupchuck says your guidance, to be honest, and I was thinking about it around September, and you convinced me to just do it. I'm glad you listened. I'm glad you jumped into it. D Japa say in the shot right now. Where you at in the city? What you doing out here in the city of Wynn? Come on in. So what we gonna do tonight? I kind of want to make this interactive. Glenn said, yeah, that'll work. It may help others. They trying to deliver for them too. All right, so I'll pull it up in a minute. If you want to, I'll drop the link. If you want to come up too, you can. So I am going to drop the link. I want to keep this interactive. Basically, what I want to know is, because I got a poll up here too. Make sure you take part in the poll. So far, 35% say business is great. 35% says bills are paid, little profit. 22% say I'm struggling. 9% said business sucks, about to give up. So that's 9%. We ain't got a lot of people in the room tonight. Excuse me. We ain't got a lot of people in the room tonight. So we'll see how this turns out as more people come in and more people vote. Because I'm spot on where I kind of know where the people are going to vote, and I'm kind of shocked right now, but I got to keep in mind that a lot of people that are in here right now are members. So most of the members are succeeding because they following the advice of your boy. So let's get some more people in here, and then we'll see what these votings turn out at. So what I want to do is I want to drop the link, and I want to get your thoughts. I want to get the people's thoughts, because what happens is me getting up here talking, kind of, steering people in the right direction. Kirk doing his live, steering people in the right direction, so on and so forth, on what we think of why people are where they are, and our thoughts of why people have gotten to this point, and our thoughts on why the sentiment of the industry is what it is. I want to know what y'all think. So I want to know from y'all, why do y'all think, if you are one of the people who said business sucks, I'm about to give up, I want to know, why are you at that point from your perspective? What have you done? What haven't you done? You know what I'm saying? For the people that said, I'm struggling, help me, Mark, that 20%, I want to know what's going on. Why do you feel why you are where you are? What do you think that you could be doing more of? What do you think that, where do you think you dropped the ball at? Where are you struggling? What areas are you struggling at? So this is me dropping a link to have y'all answer the question for me. So maybe I can help, push you in the right direction to give you the answers that you're looking for. Because the reason why I'm doing this is because it just doesn't fail. I get a lot of DMs overnight. The bulk of my DMs, the bulk of my emails come overnight. Why? Because most people that are out driving, they're driving overnight, right? So while I'm asleep, you're out driving, you're running across stuff, and you're sending me stuff, DMs, screenshots, whatever, other Instagram links, whatever. And it's just more complaining. It's either more complaining, or more people that are scamming, or more people that are selling dreams. But I want to focus on the sentiment. I want to focus on the sentiment and why you guys feel the way you feel from your point of view. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop the link, and I encourage, people to come up and let's just have a conversation. Let's just have a conversation, and let's see if we can, figure some stuff out. Because this is what this is all about. It's about a community, and everybody helping each other. So that's what I want to do tonight. I wonder what happened to that guy that was behind on his payments. He actually DM'd me. I think I did see his DM come across. I gotta go open it up. I got a bunch of DMs that I haven't gotten to. DJ I said, I'm in the suburbs right now. Wait, I'm in the burbs. Know how you is getting partials home. Know how you is getting partials home. So you out in the burbs? What, at waiting on a load? Well, I'm in the burbs. I think you meant to say, you know how it is. I think that's what you meant to say, getting partials home. So you just sitting waiting on a load? What up, big bro? Just checking in. Hope all is well on vacation in Dubai right now. Shout out to Neil Singh. Enjoy your stay in Dubai. My SUV is doing fine, but I'll make more profit buying a minivan or a cargo van. Get you a cargo van. Get you a cargo van. 5-star said, yep, that tow was $360 and repairs were $1K. So your truck is back up and operational. They fixed it. It was that's a one-day fix, you said, as a whole. So you got the truck back. Everything good now? Let me see. Go ahead and hit that link. Come on, let's have this conversation, yo. Let's have this conversation and see what's going on. Make sure you hit that like button. Come on in. In the meantime, while I'm waiting for somebody to hit that link, let me pull up this one rail contract and these rates for Glenn. If you want to hit the link, Glenn, you can. Let me share my screen. Hold on. Let me download it. Hold on. Hold on. Let me share the screen. That should be cool. I just want to make sure I didn't want none of your personal information up there before I shared the screen. Hold on. Let's move this. It's the wrong screen. Let's go here. All right, so this is my first time looking at it, so I got to read through it real quick. Give me a second. So it looked like they got you on a tier payment system. All right, so zone A, B, C, and D. Zone A, 0 to 15 miles, 2 hours. And they're paying, so they got this on a micro pay. I'm assuming, because I haven't read the verbiage. Hold on. All right, SLA. Be complete by the couriers who address designated the partner fails to complete the agreed upon SLA, ODL should have the right to offset additional costs incurred. So they're going to do a chargeback if you don't complete the orders. The partner fails to complete the agreed upon SLA, ODLS shall have the right to offset additional costs incurred by ODLS's customers at 3% for all such deliveries against any charges owed to the partner. All right, so time of delivery 7 to 6, Monday through Saturday. So this is a 6-day, 0 to 15 miles. I'm assuming this is a $16 per stop. Usually they put it right here, but $16 per stop, 0 to 15 miles for micro delivery. They got a micro delivery, which is 100 pounds maximum weight. Maximum product units 2, 15 to 25 miles, $21. 20 to 35 miles, $27. So I'm assuming this is a stop. 35 plus miles, same day delivery, $21 plus $1.65 a mile for each mile over 30 miles. All right, so then they second base tier, they got standard. So they got light. That was micro. This is light, 200 pounds. I'm trying to figure out how they got this. $16. $21. Okay, so zone A, $16 for 15 miles, $21 for up to 25 miles, 20 to 35 miles, $27, and then zone D, 21. Yeah, I don't like this. Standard maximum product units. So I'm assuming this is eight stops, maximum product units. 24, 29, 38. Nah. Let me see. And then premium, 700 pounds. What is this? Zone C, 20 to 35 miles, $40 a stop. No, $51 a stop. And then for zone D, what is this for? Lowe's? Is this for Lowe's, Glenn? Hey, Glenn, is this for Lowe's? Hey, Glenn, why don't you hit the link? So we could talk, so I could talk you through this. Because you sent me 3 contracts. All right, this one looks a little bit more readable. Let me pull this one up. All right, so this is a 90-minute delivery route. So less than 50 pounds, $7 a stop. 50 to 250 pounds, $12.74 a stop, up to 5 miles. I mean, depending on how many stops they give you would determine if this would be okay or not for, let's say, this micro and this light route. If it's not enough stops for 100, let's see, if you're only going within 5 miles, an hour and 45 minutes is a lot of time for less than 5 miles to get a bunch of these stops done. All right. But if it's not enough stops, then to me, this ain't nothing. This ain't even worth it. This is Lowe's. Lowe's deals with a lot of people, BTW. Lowe's deals with a lot of people. They deal with a lot of people. I can name 4 or 5 different companies Lowe's deals with, just off the top of the the dome. So they deal with a lot of people. Riverstone is one. They deal with US. The big contract they have national is with UST. So UST, Riverstone, shoot, they deal with RXO. They deal with One Rail. They deal with a bunch of companies. XPO. They deal with a few companies. So all right, let's get to the 120-minute. It all depends on your market. Different people, different third-party logistics companies have the contracts in different markets. So, all right, it's about bidding. Some third-party logistics companies outbid other third-party logistics companies in other markets. All right, so getting to the 120-minute route, the light cargo route, and Glenn, this is you doing this in what? What vehicle you running this in? Is this you running this in your personal vehicle, or is this with a cargo van? Because if you're running this with your personal vehicle, then that would explain why they got these rates the way they are. What type of vehicle are you using? If this is a personal vehicle route, because One Rail will allow you to use your personal vehicle, and if you got a tow hitch, you can go rent a U-Haul open trailer, like an open 6x12 trailer, and then they'll let you take lumber and sheets of drywall and all that stuff if you have an open trailer. So is this what this is? Because then that would explain a lot. Yep, this got to be what this is, because right here, sheetrock. This is my first time looking at this. He sent me this, so I haven't gotten a chance to look at it. Sheetrock handling, 75 cents a sheet. Lumber handling, 50 cents per board. That's, to me, I'm just keeping it a buck. I'm just keeping it a buck. Don't get mad at me. Man, I don't want to shit on it, man, because what may not be good to me may be good to others, but let's keep it a buck. Let me see something. Hey, let me ask you this, Glenn. Have you ever carried sheets of drywall before? Have you ever, let me put it into perspective for you like this. Have you ever carried sheets of drywall before? Have you ever carried sheets of drywall before? If you're using your personal vehicle, then you're definitely not going to be able to take any appliance orders. You're definitely not going to be able to take any appliance orders. A lot of this, you may be able to take some lumber. This drywall, you're not going to be able to take. But let me ask you this. Let's say you got a pickup truck or a Suburban or something like that, and you got a hitch on the back, and you go rent a trailer from U-Haul. You go rent an open 6x12 trailer for $19.99 or $24.95 or $29.95, whatever it is. All right, so you have it. All right, let me be the first to tell you, because I've done plenty of drywall deliveries back in the day. I remember doing a 26-footer back in the day, damn near full of drywall. It was for a gut rehab. We delivered it to a customer. That's grueling work. It's grueling work. So let's say you have an order you picking up, and let's say we're not even going to give you 100 sheets, because if the drywall comes bundled. So it's like two together, and then it has a piece of tape on each end. You rip the tape, and then it splits the two apart. Right? So you get two pieces of drywall together, and it's being held together by like a piece of tape on each side. So each board you carry is really two sheets of drywall. And it can be pretty heavy, right? And it may, I don't know what this contract is because I haven't read the full scope of it. But if it's not curbside, let's say it's white glove, even if it's curbside and unloading this stuff, this can be pretty heavy. So at handling sheetrock at 75 cents a sheet, and I don't know if that's each individual sheet or per unit, all right? Let's say they're giving you 50 units, right? Let's say they're giving you 50 units. Where's my calculator? Hold on. Give me a second. Where is my calculator? Give me 1 second, yo. Where is recent items? Hold on, I know where it says hidden behind here. Give me a second, y'all. Let's say they're giving you, I don't know. Let's say they're giving you 100 units. Let's say they're giving you 100 units and they paying you 75 cents a unit. That's $75. Let's just make it simple. That's $75. All right. So 100 units, unloading 100 units of drywall plus the pickup plus the delivery for $75, to me, is not worth it. To me, it's not worth it. That's to me. That's to me. Now, it is a one-man job. It is a one-man job. This is a one-man job. One person can unload this. But to me, in this day and age, it's not worth it. You know why? Because one rail is taking about 50% of this. I would need at least $1. Each sheet I handle, I need $1. You know, so if I'm handling 75 sheets, I need $75. If I'm handling 100 sheets, I need $100. You know, for this sheetrock. Lumber is a little bit different. I'll do lumber for $50 a board. Granted that it's enough that it's going to be worth my while. Unload assistance required added to each order that has one item 70 pounds or greater, $25. So for an extra person, they're only willing to add $25 for an extra person to help you unload something that's 70 pounds or greater. I'm not doing it. Not doing it. So I don't know, Glenn. That's something that you got to think. The order's coming on demand, and I can pick which orders I want to take. Yeah, so if I were you, I'd definitely stay away. Shout out to Tony. I see you. I would definitely stay away from the drywall. You could do lumber. All this stuff I would stay away from. What kind of vehicle do you have? Probably all this stuff I would stay away from. Depending on the size vehicle you have, if it's a personal vehicle and it's smaller than a cargo van, if it's like an SUV or a car, then the only thing you can really deal with is this micro or this light work. And I guess you would have to work that in with everything else that you're doing as far as on the gig side. Yeah, because you wouldn't be able to do any of this. You wouldn't be able to do any of this. So them double stack sheets of drywall are a nice workout, yeah, but you know, at 75 cents, to me it ain't worth it. To me it ain't worth it. So I would stick with the small stuff if you're working out of your personal vehicle. The contact definitely looks the same, only difference is the pay. If anybody done freight or Simpex, One Rail is a company that put the order in, at least here it is. Okay, so I hope that answers your question, but let's get back to it. The link is in the chat. I want to know why the sentiment it is what it is, as far as why people are still upset when there's plenty of opportunities. Listen, I've gotten 2 or 3 every day. I get about 2 or 3 DMs or email of people thanking me, telling me how great they're doing with Final Mile. And I'm not trying to sell people on Final Mile. I'm just trying to give you an alternative. And I know we talked about this Saturday. And the reason why I titled this series, Why Do You Hate Final Mile, is because if you see people having success in something, all right, if you see people having success in something, that you have an asset, you have a piece of equipment that can satisfy that lane as well, why don't you transition? Why don't you transition? Listen, today is December 7th. We are 3 weeks away from January 1st. 3 weeks. So it's really about to get real. It's about to get real. If it's real for you now, it's about to get realer. So what's the holdup? Why do people wait to the last minute to come to me for help when I've been preaching the same thing for a year and a half now? I've been preaching the same thing for a year and a half. I've just been saying it a gazillion different ways. I can dress it up and say it a gazillion different ways, and I got a gazillion million more ways to say it. What was the purpose of starting a business if you're not willing to do whatever it takes to be successful? I just want to know from your thoughts. People in the chat, hit the link. If you don't want to hit the link, put it in the chat. Let's have a conversation. This is engagement interaction night. I want to interact with you. I want to know what it is. I want to know what it is. Why do you think people are struggling? Why do y'all think people are struggling? I already know, but I want to know from y'all perspective why. I already know. I'm going to listen. Me personally, I'm going to do whatever it takes. If I invest into something, I'm going to tell you what I do. Before I invest and I spend my money, right, to invest in it, I'm going to make sure I have a full understanding of what it is that I'm investing in. That means I've done my plan, my business plan. That means I've done extensive research, right? All right. And once I get into it, if I'm struggling, right, once I've commenced whatever this business is that I'm doing and I'm struggling, I am going to continue to educate myself on what I'm doing wrong and why I can't figure it out or whatever. If I need to transition, I'll transition. Whatever I need to do to see some type of success from it, I'm going to be willing to do. If that requires working long hours, whatever it is. Whatever it is. I see a lot of people ready to throw in the towel and give up that have only tried one lane. How can you be or call yourself a successful entrepreneur if you're not willing to do whatever it takes? What was the sense of getting a box truck? Who said that OTR or Amazon or Final Mile is going to work? It's people that thought that they was going to go into Final Mile and didn't do the research and didn't realize because they lived in Timbuktu, Montana somewhere in a city with 6,000 people. For the life of me, it didn't cross their mind that, hey, maybe Final Mile is not going to work because I don't live in a populated area. I've gotten them DMs too. I've gotten people that have DM'd me thinking that they were going to be able to stay local, and they lived in the middle of nowhere. So it's not just people that are OTR, or people that are Amazon. People reached out to me that did all the investing, didn't do any research, didn't educate themselves on what they were investing in, thought that they were going to run Amazon, and then once they spent all their money and then went to go to apply with Amazon, they realized it wasn't no Amazon near them. The closest Amazon was 250 miles. They live out in the middle of nowhere, in the middle of the country somewhere. And then they come to me. I found you on YouTube. Is there anything I could do? This is my situation. Nah, you in the middle of nowhere, fam. The only thing you can do is OTR. That's your fault. So if you went out and you thought you were going to be able to run local, right, because you didn't educate yourself on what you were investing in before you went out and spent your money spent now. You have this tool, right? This tool that you purchased to make you money. But what you thought you was going to get into, you can't do it because the market that you're in doesn't allow for it, right? So the only thing that you can do is go over the road. A business person is just going to have to chalk it up. They're going to have to eat that loss, and they're going to have to go over the road. So it ain't just me saying, if that's not working, do Final Mile. I'm speaking it from the full spectrum because I've had plenty of people that have invested and thought they was going to stay local and didn't do their market analysis. The point that I'm trying to make, if you haven't exhausted every single opportunity that the logistics business offers for you to do with whatever type of piece of equipment that you have, you shouldn't be talking about throwing the towel in. You shouldn't be talking about giving up. It means you have to work. And we're not going to get into work because I think people know what it is at this point. So once again, I want to know. Mark, are you still giving the holiday special for a session? No, that was Cyber Monday. No, that was Cyber Monday. That's a wrap. That's a wrap. So I want to ask you, why is it? And I want you to answer in the chat, or you can hit the link. What's the sentiment? Why don't people want to transition? Why do people want to stick in whatever it is that they're struggling in and not transition into something else or give something else a shot that may turn their business around? I want to know from y'all perspective. Neil says, how's Kurt been? Did he ever hit you? Yeah, we talked. We chopped it up. Is buying a truck from U-Haul worth it for Final Mile? No. You don't want to buy a U-Haul truck for Final Mile or OTR. U-Haul. So I was a U-Haul dealer, so I got a chance to visit their plant. U-Haul makes their trucks specifically for household goods moving. If you ever look at a U-Haul truck, you see that the bumper is lower than what you would see on another, let's say, rental truck from Penske Enterprise or Ryder, because they want the customer to not only just use the ramp, but be able to step up on the bumper and step into the truck. So that's why they lower the bumper. U-Haul has a patent on all their equipment, including the box. They build their own boxes. So they buy their trucks from Ford or whoever they're buying them from wholesale. And they have a plant out here in Schererville, Indiana, where they actually build the box onto the chassis. And it's a patented design for them and them only. It's their own design. So because of that, that truck isn't dock height. It's not dock height. So no, I wouldn't recommend it, a U-Haul truck for anything where you're running commercial freight. D Jackpot says doing their own research is the problem. That's why buying courses is popular. They think they need to buy a blueprint instead of figuring it out. All right, let's talk about that. So the pandemic came, a lot of people sold courses. A lot of people that sold the courses aren't around, but there's still some people that were around that made glue globs of money that sold courses during the pandemic. But yet and still, you saw glue globs of courses being sold during the pandemic, but you see glue globs of people complaining. So did the glue globs of people that bought the courses not read the courses, not comprehend what they were reading, or was the courses BS? All right, we got a caller. Let me see. Hold on. Caller.
Mark, what's up, man? How you doing?
How you doing, sir?
Good, good. How are you?
I'm blessed, man. How are you?
I'm doing well. I'm doing well, man. Been listening to you for a while. Been taking a lot of what you're saying to heart. I know you've spoken about your experiences a lot in the industry. So I'm listening and man, I'm taking a lot of your advice and I'm trying to apply it. Um, I had chatted in earlier that I definitely want to get a one-on-one with you, because I'm really trying to nail down a lot of the intricacies of what you've mentioned before on the business side, not just you know doing the labor, but I want to approach this as a businessman, and so I definitely want to get a one-on-one to nail some of that down.
Okay. All right. Well, what can I help you
Yeah,
with
yeah.
tonight, man? You got me on the line tonight. How can I help you tonight?
For sure, for sure. So and I also mentioned this in the chat, is that right now I'm running Final Mile with XPO, for they have a Lowe's account. So I've been doing that. Initially I was running 7 days a week. I was going hard, man. I was going hard for like the first 3 or 4 months. I'm on month 7 or 8 right now, going on 8. And obviously I had to cut down a little bit just because I was running myself in the ground. I'm running a 24-foot box truck with one other guy right now. I'm doing that 6 days a week. Um, and some of the guys at the warehouse have been putting me on to game, and so recently I've started taking double routes. So I've been able to offset some of the days even further. So like instead of doing 6, I'm doing I'm in a busy market. I'm in the Boston area, so
Mm-hmm.
I'll pick up uh 3 double routes a week. So like Monday, Wednesday, Friday, I'll pick up double routes, and then I'll be able to I'm able to take Saturdays and Sundays off.
Mm-hmm.
Um so that's been working out pretty well. Obviously, like you've been mentioning, like it's hard work, man. And I think what the point you're making, with these lives about like people complaining
Mm-hmm.
is that is what you've said, and I'm gonna echo that is like you gotta work, man. Like they ain't just gonna give you the money for doing the bare minimum. Like
Mm-hmm.
you gotta go out there and you gotta show them like, yo, I'm about this money. Like I'm trying to, obviously put on good customer service. Um, having good face to face with people is important.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but you gotta want to do the work, you know. Uh, and so, on the other side of that, I will say that there are a lot of situations that I've been in that, like, let's say for example, um, I get to a house and someone's got a 27 cubic feet foot fridge that they want brought up they stairs in a weird angle.
Mm-hmm.
Um, you do the measurements, and you communicate with them like, listen, like this just ain't gonna happen.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, I'm in the Boston market, so sometimes I'm in the North End, which
Mm-hmm.
has like some of the smallest spaces that you'll ever see.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and people are very adamant, like, yo, Victor, it's gonna fit. It's gonna fit, man. Come on, like I'll pay you this amount or X
Yeah.
amount. It's gonna go through, and they'll swear up and down that it's gonna go. And I just, this is where the forward facing customer service comes in. Is you tell them like, listen, if you want, like I'll leave it right here for you. You got a
Mm-hmm.
friend, maybe a family member that'll take that risk, but we are just not gonna do it. It's too big of a liability.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so in that sense, I'll say, it's reasonable. Like you've done what you got to do. You've measured. You've looked at the scenario,
Mm-hmm.
and if it can't be done, it can't be done. Like just
Right.
don't force it.
Yeah.
Um, but I've seen a lot of guys put themselves in situations where they're like, all right, let's for this couple extra bucks, like let's try it.
Yeah.
And then
That couple extra bucks end up cost you a couple extra thousand.
couple thousand. Yeah. And so then they come at you and say like, "Oh, Mark, there's no money in this. It's hard. It's this and it's that." And it's like,
Mm-hmm.
man, you just gotta be logical about it, you
But
know?
see, from your point of view and from my point of view, because we're both final mile, we're both from a final mile background. What I'm trying to relate to a lot of people is, okay, if over the road is not working for you, if the cost of running and operating over the road is too much for you, if it's not what you thought it was going to be because you got a family and you're missing your family or whatever the case may be, a lot of people are struggling because of they have high costs and the rates aren't measuring up to what it's costing them to operate, right? Final malice here is always opportunity. Where the problem is they don't want to do the work. See what I'm saying? This type of work, you do it. I've done it. You see what I'm saying? This is different. This is a whole different animal. This is labor intensive carrying. Some of these guys,
Man.
they don't even know how to, shovel their snow. They don't even know how to change a tire. So what I'm saying is, look, you already got this truck. You got to get this work in. Don't come crying and complaining to me because I don't want to hear it. You talking to a guy who's did the hardest things you can do with a box truck, moving and final mile delivery. So running OTR, yes, it's strenuous on the driving, right? You're away from your family, so maybe there's an emotional, issue there because you're yearning and missing your wife or your kids and shit like that. And I get it. But here, you got this asset. If that's not working, man, you're going to have to roll your sleeves up. Man, stretch. Do you some squats, some lunges. You dig what I'm saying? Yeah, you're going to have to get out here and what you thought that you was going to get out here and do because someone told you, oh, it's this simple. Plans change. You're going to have to get out here and you're going to have to lift.
Yeah.
And it's a lot more money.
If I could just say, Mark, real quick, man, like, cause what you're saying, I'm gonna share my personal situation right now, cause you've alluded to this in the past, and I'm hoping to share it that other people maybe in this same situation can hear it. Is that so? You alluded to family, you alluded to being making this decision to get into this work. So I have a family, I have 2 kids, I have a wife.
That's your smoke detector, right? Because they saying it's mine. That's yours, right?
Nah, that's me. That's me. Yeah, so yeah, that's me.
Okay.
So so what I was gonna say was, I'm new to this. I'm very fresh to this. So before I got into this business by myself, I was working with JB Hunt for about like a year or so. I was with them for about a year. And then I, like, to what you were saying, like, I got fed the hype from a lot of these YouTubers. Right? Like, yo, there's money out here. Like, this is easy. You could get 2 or 3 box trucks and like you could be set. You could be earning $1 million. And so at first, my wife will say this, like, I can be very impulsive. And when I get an idea in my head, I'm just like, yo, like, I gotta do it. I gotta do it. So what ended up happening? I got into a situation where I financed the truck, right? It's the truck I have right now. And the price initially, when I looked at it, I was like, oh man, this is a good deal. For the mileage, it's a 2014 Freightliner. They were selling it for 50 G's. And I jumped on it, right? Like, the finance company was trying to get me on the hook, like, quick. And so I was sending in all my information, whatever. And so when it came time to sign my life away, I looked at the final price and I'm like, this can't be. Like, what's going on here? And it was, it was $100,000
from 50.
$100,000 from 50.
What was the interest rate?
The interest rate was crazy. You can only imagine. I can't think of it off the top of my head, but I know that final number was $100,000.
That sounds like 100% markup. If you went from 50 to 100, that's 100%.
So I was not being logical. I was just like, yo, I need to get in this lane. I need to get in here. And so right now I've managed to bring that down. Right now I'm at like $70,000 right now. I brought it down. And so moral of the story is that I got myself into a situation where, and again, you've talked about this, I've made the decision, right? Like, I made the decision, and now, like, I got to figure it out. whether it's what I started with was Amazon Relay. I got my cousin on board with me. We started Amazon Relay. Um, and again, I'm new to this, so I don't know how similar it is to OTR, but like, man, that Amazon Relay stuff was killing me. And this is right around the time you started coming out with those peak season videos.
Last year
And you
or
were,
this year?
yeah, last year,
Okay.
when you were starting to tell people like, yo, like, look, like, it's not what you think. And I was listening. And I knew, I was like, man, he's right, man. He is not capping. And I was out here doing these 8 hour nights, bro. Like, with my cousin, we was driving from Boston to Fairfax, Vermont for like $700. And those are, like I said, those are 4 hour drives. And at that point, I was every night we were telling ourselves, it's like, I was telling myself, right? Because I started this. I was like, I can't turn back now. Like, I can't just give this truck up. Like, that's not an option. So I either make this work, Amazon Relay, I was busting my butt, but I was looking for other baskets, like you've mentioned, for other baskets to put my eggs in.
Right.
And so I don't know if you remember, but I hit you about John Navin over at Cardinal a while ago.
Okay.
I finally got onboarded with Cardinal. This was maybe January to March or April of this year.
Okay.
And it was a Bob's Furniture account.
Okay.
And so, man, when I tell you, hats off to you, bro. Like, for like the job you used to do with moving, with your moving company in particular, because that Bob's Furniture account was no joke, man. And I don't care what they say, that is not a 2-man job. It is not a 2-man job. That, bro.
Why you say that, man?
It is not a 2-man job. Like, it was me and my cousin. We would start at like 6 a.m. and not get back until 9 o'clock at night, bro. Like, like 12 to 15 stops, bro. Like, I was like, yo, this is, and I would get back, and sometimes I'd be like, I try to catch some of the dudes that was also like on their way out, and I'd be talking to them. I'm like, yo, like, this, how are y'all doing this? Like, how are y'all doing this? Like, how are y'all getting back at noon, at 1? Like, how's that possible? And I felt like they was capping on me, bro. Like, them dudes was like, they was selling me a dream. They're like, oh man, you stick with it, man. You gonna get used to it. You're gonna get used to it. And I was like, we did that for a good 3 or 4 months, bro. And then we was like, my cousin quit on me 2 months in, had to get a day laborer to help me. He lasted a good 2 months. And I'll just say this, man. I ended up my final day, I tried to do a route by myself. Yo,
Man,
I
what was
tried
you
to do a
thinking?
route by myself.
That was a
10
disaster.
stops.
Furniture?
I got through. Yeah. I got through 5 of them. Nah, I was proud of myself.
You didn't break nothing, did you?
Nah. I didn't break anything. But I'll tell you this, they found out at the warehouse and they terminated my ass.
Yeah, man. You can't. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Wow,
Yeah.
man. Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
here's the thing with the furniture. I'm keeping it 1,000 with you. The reason why those crews with tenure can get done so fast and is because with moving and delivery, like final mile delivery, it takes time to know how to maneuver furniture. It's not something you're going to grasp in 2 or 3 months. It took me at least 2 to 3 years to fully grasp. And the reason why is because you got different furniture in different settings. You know, at the longer you do it, you start to see some of the same furniture again.
Mm-hmm.
But you may see it again, but it may be in a different setting. You may move this particular 92-inch sofa in a freight elevator, and it may be a newer construction building with a huge freight elevator, but then you may run into that same couch a few years later in an old building where the freight elevator is smaller, or in a bungalow home where it's got to go down into a family room and you got to take it down a tight stairwell. So even though it's the same couch, it's a different setting, which ultimately comes a totally different move. It's the same couch, but moving it is different. You see what I'm saying? So it takes time. We've been called out to move stuff that another moving company couldn't move because they couldn't figure it out. And we've come in there and we just assessed it, stood the long dresser up vertical, put it on the four-wheeler and just pushed it in. Whereas the other company, it might have been a team full of rookies. And they were trying to carry and turn that corner with it horizontal. It just takes years of experience. So, you know, that's why. But, you know, man, I mean,
them Cape Verdean dudes was having a ball with us, man. They knew every time they knew we was coming back at 8, man, the next morning they'd be like, "Hey, man, what's up? How was your day yesterday?"
Yeah, man. You know, you on the new. So that's how you treat people on the new. But I mean, if you're doing XPO now, you're doing final mile with XPO now, right? So it sounds like you've transitioned. It sounds like you came in the business not expecting to do final mile. You put yourself in a fickle. You ended up buying a truck for about 70 grand more than what it was worth, you know, and you're trying to work your way out of that. So you're exemplifying what I'm talking about. You know, you made mistakes, pretty costly mistake, but you're not giving up. You transitioned to something that's tougher than what you thought, and you're trying to work your way out of it. So I got to commend you for that because it is tough work. It is very tough work, but man, that's business. You know, if you open up a hamburger stand and ain't nobody eating your hamburgers, but you make a fire-ass hot dog, you may have to take the loss on all the marketing, the signage. You're going to have to switch from a hamburger stand to a hot dog stand. So the money that you invested in marketing as a hamburger stand, you got to take that L and remarket it as a hot dog stand. And now you making money. It's business. You got the real estate. Do what you got to do so you can make the money. And that's what you're doing, man. So hats off to you, man. Just stick at it. How's XPO going for you?
Yo, I'm telling you, man, it's a 180 for sure. This is appliances is definitely up my alley. Okay. Like I hate to say never, but that furniture game, man, is
wait a minute, hold
for
on.
For me at least. Maybe when I get in the future, when I get another team, you know, I start expanding maybe, but yeah, I'm gonna stay away from furniture for now.
You like appliances better than furniture?
100%.
Okay.
100%. Yeah. Someone else said that to me when I was at Bob's. So one of the dudes was like, "Furniture is way better than appliances," and I was just like, because like I mentioned, I was with JB Hunt before, and we did a lot of appliances, especially in the new condo projects that would go up. We was doing like 20 units, 25 units on a floor, and like we kept going. And so using that as a point of reference, I was just like, yeah, appliances is better than furniture, man. Like I don't know, man. I guess it's just
So
I don't
maybe
know.
it's because are you dealing with a lot of high rises? Are you delivering a lot of those appliances to elevator buildings, or are you dealing with stairs and stuff?
That residential, people's houses. Sometimes it's like 2 or 3 family homes. It's different. It's different.
You dealing with a lot of stairs?
Sometimes it's like single family homes. Sometimes it's like 2 or 3 family homes. Sometimes it's condos.
Mm-hmm.
It all depends, but it's all different. Sometimes it's commercial. Like the other day, I delivered a fridge. I don't know what they was thinking. They ordered a
Mm-hmm.
fridge at a bar,
Mm-hmm.
and you know those like U-shaped bars that
Mm-hmm.
like you could get into the kitchen from both sides.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, those thresholds that fridge would not fit through either side.
Mm-hmm.
And then they was trying to tell me, oh, you and your buddy can lift it over the bar. I was like, lift what?
You
Over
took the
where?
door. You took the doors off.
Yeah, door without the doors, it would not fit.
Hmm.
And they was trying to tell me to lift it over the bar. I was like, nah, man, it's not
With the
happening.
doors off, you didn't. You didn't. You should have been able to lift it over the bar with the doors off. You just didn't want to do it.
Nah, that was not happening. I was not gonna risk shattering something or it
Mm-hmm.
slipping on some because you know the bars they got all the glass everywhere. The glass cut.
I'm talking about because so it's a U-shaped bar, right? I'm talking
Yeah.
about coming in on the side. So it's kind of like once you take the doors off, using the open part and just kind of wrapping it around and lifting it up and over, not like the center of the bar, but where the openings is on each side of the bar and trying to go up and over there, putting a blanket down on top of the bar on the corner and then just
Oh,
using
I
that
see
to
what you're
cover it.
saying.
You see what I'm saying? Or you could have put the blanket down, maybe 2 or 3 blankets down on top of
Hmm.
the bar, and then just kind of tilted it over, slid it, let it set and rest on the bar, and then on the other side, kind of just let it slide down.
You know, I totally hear what you're saying, but Mark, you would know best. You know
That's where
best
that
the
that's where
type
that
of stuff
experience
that
come in
happens.
at it.
Yeah, like
That's where that
I'm just
experience
like
come in at. Yeah.
I'd rather just not. I'd rather not do that and risk like there
You,
being a you because you know these some of these fridges, especially the modern ones,
mm-hmm.
like as soon as it touches something,
Yeah.
like it's dented. Forget about
Mm-hmm.
it.
Yeah.
Like you know what I mean? So and especially because I'm just I'm trying to build some cash flow
Yeah.
and the claims
Yeah.
like yeah, the claims is killing me, bro. So I just rather not do those types of things and
Yeah.
just tell them, hey, you get another team or you exchange it for something else, you know?
Yeah. 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 I mean, yeah, if you on the news, so a lot of those tricks and experience based moves that an experience based team or I would take the risk because I'm 99% sure I'm gonna be able to do it. If you on the new, then yeah, you wouldn't have known to do that. And even if I
Yeah.
would have told you, if you would have called me and I said I do it like this, you probably wouldn't have wanted to take that risk.
I would have been
That
like,
that comes with
you
experience.
sure?
Yeah, it comes with experience. But yeah, I mean that based on what you telling me, you definitely could have made that work. But that just comes
Yeah,
with experience and utilizing your tools. I would have stacked 3 or 4 blankets on the bar, 3 or 4
just
blankets,
slid
and
it over.
just slid it across. Yep, just slid it
Mm.
across. Would have still took the doors off to lighten it up a little bit. What size was it? Like a 27?
It was a 20. I think it was like 18 or 20, one of the two. It was
Oh
a fairly
man,
small size. Yeah, it was.
man, but we would have lifted that thing up and over that thing so quick, and we'd have been gone. We'd have been headed halfway to the next stop, man. At 18, 20, I'm thinking you talking about like something 27,
One of them
28.
restaurant type
I'm
joints.
thinking you talking about like some French door, double French
Hey,
door,
hey,
Sub-Zero
I,
type refrigerator.
I'll say this. I'll say this, right? In my defense, right? I'm coming off of a $1,500 claim that they
Mhm.
taking it out in installments, and I can't do it no more, man. I'm trying to stay away from anything risky.
$1,500 claim for what? For a floor?
Scratch the floor. Yeah. It was a brand new house too. Them people, you could tell they just moved in. And my helper, I told him, I was like, bring it into the bathroom so that, because the bathroom was like more like what was the material? It's like not
Grant,
marble,
granted,
like granite. So I told him, put it there. We haven't put the legs on, put it on there so
what
that
was
if
it?
we move it,
What was it? A vanity?
it was like one of them pedestals for the washers.
Oh, it
It
was a
was like one
pedestal.
of the drawer joints. Yeah. But we hadn't gotten the legs on yet. So the metal was still on the floor. But
Y'all
instead
damaged
of
the
putting
floor with the pedestal.
with the before you screw the legs in,
Yeah,
that there's like a metal washer on the bottom.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
There's like metal washers on the bottom of them before you screw
Right.
the legs in. And we hadn't put the legs in yet.
Uh huh.
And so he had it right on the wooden floor. And instead of putting it on the granite, he tried to push it instead of just lifting it up and over. And it scratched it like two big scratches, like right down the middle of the hallway. And yeah, so we on our second week right now. They done took the second installment of the chargeback.
What they doing? 500 a period.
Yeah.
Yeah, XPO ain't gonna play with you.
Mm-mm.
They ain't gonna play
Nah,
with
man.
you. Yeah, they ain't. Yeah, man. For that, yeah, yeah, man. Well, you taxing him for it or nah? Or you taking that
Oh
hit?
hell yeah. Oh, you know it. You know it.
You splitting it with him or you charging him for all of it?
Nah, he getting charged for the whole thing. He ain't seeing that from his check for a while, so he know. And so this to transition over to that,
Mm-hmm.
right? So this dude that I got, he's been with me since the beginning of this contract.
Mm-hmm.
He's really good worker. You've talked about compensating your workers generously,
Mm-hmm.
because it is hard work, and
Mm-hmm.
not everyone. This ain't for everybody, man. You're right.
Mm-hmm.
It's not for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
And he's been sticking it through, and
Mm-hmm.
so I pay him well. I pay him
Mm-hmm.
well. Even if I got to take the hit, but when things happen,
Mm-hmm.
and he understands, like, yo, it's got to come from somewhere, So,
Yeah.
um, so he understands.
1500 is a lot for an employee. I don't know what you're paying them per week, but still you got
Mhm.
to keep in mind that, it's just you and him. So you don't want to, hurt him too bad because you need him. Don't let him know
Yeah,
you need him. Don't show him you need him. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying? But, do it in a way where you boss up. You know what I'm saying? But,
mhm.
you let him know that look, you made this mistake, you got to eat it. So what I would do if I were you going forward, I would get you can go to Rocket Lawyer, get a subscription with Rocket Lawyer, and I would do a contract, basically stating that, if anything gets damaged and you're at fault, then I'm going to deduct it from you. So that way you have something written in contract form that he signed off on, so that if anything arises in the future, you have something that you could revert back to. You know what I'm saying? And then
Rocket
to some,
lawyer.
yeah, Rocket Lawyer. So that way you don't have to pay a lawyer to draft stuff up. You could just utilize that website. You just pull up your state, and then all the contracts that you can write. Whatever the contract is, if it's a non-compete or um, just a standard contractor, independent contractor form, whatever it is, it's going to automatically adjust to the state regulations and statutes within that state. So once you put your state in, you search what type of contract you're looking for, and then you just gonna the verbiage is pretty much gonna already be written for you. You're just gonna input like your incorporation, your LLC, your name, the date, and all that other stuff, and then you have them sign it. You sign it. You can have them you can text it to them, email it to them. He'll just sign it via, e-doc from his finger from his phone, send it back, and you can store it right there on the site in the cloud, and then you can always revert back to it that way. And then another thing is when you was talking about that 7 day a week contract, the way you
Mm,
the way you kind of finesse that is you get a third guy. So now you got a third guy that you're working in, which will give everybody at least a day or two off.
mm.
You see what I'm saying? So
I see what you're saying.
yeah, I wouldn't necessarily, if you do come across it, like if this don't work and you get another 7 day, or even with the 6 day, you get another driver. I don't know if your helper is a driver, but the third person you get, if your helper isn't a driver, you kind of want to find another person that can drive, so that now you get to rotate him in. He gets a day off, then you get a day off, then your helper, he gets a day or two off, and then y'all two working. That means the third person gets his day off. So you rotating. So this
Yep.
way you're taking a lot of pressure off of all of y'all, because it's going to be those days where you might have 12, 13 stops, and all 12, 13 of them is just monsters. You know what I'm saying? And you're going to have them
Yep.
days where your body is just, that next day where your body, eventually you get numb. You get
Mm,
numb, you get stiff, you get adjusted, you get used to waking up and like stiff. But once you know what I'm saying, you get on that first job and you get
yeah.
to lifting, the first, it's kind of rough. By the time you get to that second job, it's like Popeye and
You
hit
roll.
you with that spinach, and you just, you know what I'm saying, you just off into the races. It's like you
Yeah.
took that hit, took a hit or something, you know what I'm saying, and you just gone. But you know, but
That
yeah,
Red
you're gonna
Bull.
have days like that. Yeah, you're gonna have days like that. So as a business owner, you got to keep that in mind too. You got to look at it different from the way you looking at other lanes. This is something more labor intensive, and just two people. It's going to be a day where you going to have to pull it. Even if it's a day where you just can't make it, you going to have to pull that strength from somewhere, because it's your
Yeah.
business. You can't be
Yeah.
the person and be like, yo, man, my back just ain't. You can't. You going to have to figure it out. You're gonna have to go pop you 6 or 7 ibuprofens. You're gonna have to do something. You see what I'm saying? You can't
Yeah.
be that person, but eventually it's gonna come. It's just like that truck. It's not a fact of if it's gonna happen, it's when it's gonna happen. Or it may be a day where you and your help on the job, and God forbid, it happens. You're lifting, a muscle gets pulled. You see what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So
Yeah.
you need a third person that you need to rotate. Now it's going to put another person into a fold. It's not going to affect those two people. Really, it may affect you on a day or so, because you're going to have to fall off. You know what I'm saying? But you're still making money, and that's going to give you the assurance that you need, that everything is flowing consistently and you're not
For
missing a
sure.
day. You see what I'm
For
saying?
sure. For sure. 100%. When I initially started this account, I had this guy, and then I had another guy with me.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, it's tough because I had to let him go just because the expenses the was just too much, and I didn't have
Mm-hmm.
enough cash flow.
Mm-hmm.
It's another point you've brought up in the past, is like,
Mm-hmm.
if you don't got no working capital, man, like, you should not be doing this. And
Mm-hmm.
I made the mistake of coming into this like digging out my pockets for money, and I
Mm-hmm.
didn't have working capital. So I'm trying to make the best of the situation. I had to let him go, just like I said, to so that right now I can build some cash flow.
Mm-hmm.
I think I've worked in the past, like, because of the claims, because of some unexpected repairs that I've had to make on the
Mm-hmm.
truck. Um, I had to replace my radiator. That was a man. That sucked the life out of me when that happened. Like,
Mm-hmm.
because my cash flow was pretty good at that point, and then when that happened, I was just like, damn. Um, but right now I'm in a pretty good spot. Um, I'm thinking maybe once the winter passes, I bring that dude back on. Um, but neither of them were drivers. They are not. Um, They're not licensed drivers, so
Mm-hmm.
I don't have them driving. It's just me. Um, but definitely, I hear what you're saying. I definitely wanna do that in the future.
You need another driver because you're gonna burn yourself out. So if you bring the third guy on, that'll a lot for them to rotate, but it's only giving you 1 day. Now I don't know how old you are. You look like a fairly young guy. So 6 days should be
32.
okay.
Yeah,
32, okay. Well then you could thug it for 6 days. You could thug it for
yeah,
six
yeah.
days.
I've been man. Like I said, I've been keeping my head down, Mark. I've been trying to make this work by any means necessary. So for sure.
Yeah, just practice delayed gratification. Just put your head down, divest your living. I know you said you was married, so I don't know how much you can delay your gratification.
Yeah.
You dig what I'm saying? But delay your gratification as much as possible so that whatever extra money that you can stack away, you need to aggressively pay that truck down. That's where a big portion of your overhead is going, because $100,000.
Crazy, bro.
I wish I would have been around at that time,
It's
because I would have told you,
so
hell
cool.
no,
Hell
hell
no,
no,
yo,
hell no, hell no. $100,000 is
yo.
just too
I know.
much. So I know
Yeah,
your note is over $2,000, probably close to
yeah,
three. You know what I'm saying? And whatever your insurance is, what you do it for 6 years, 6 years.
yeah.
Yeah. So man, you need
The insurance.
no the note, the
Oh,
finance.
yeah, yeah, yeah. So what was it? It was 50, 56 months, 56, 58.
56 months. How much you put down?
I put close to
20.
25.
So you put 25. So you financing 75 for 60 months. So yeah, you paying. Yeah, you paying a little over 2,000 a month. Two
Well,
thousand a
yeah.
month.
I mean, I don't know how the all the overall, but I mean, roughly it's like 16, 15 a
That's what you
month.
paying a month.
Yeah.
Oh, that ain't bad. You sure you paying $100,000 for the truck?
Now that's what I mean. That's what I saw on the paperwork. What I see on the portal now is that it's down to like 70 grand. So I might
That's
be
what you
wrong. I
owe.
don't know.
That's what you owe now.
Yeah.
And how long you been paying for the truck?
Since last year. Since
What month?
I'm gonna say November.
So you've been paying for the truck for about a year. All right.
Yep.
And you pay 16, 15 a month?
Yep.
Let's see something.
There were a couple months where I fell behind and I had to put like 5 grand down all at once.
So you paid roughly about 20 grand and you still owe 70?
Yeah.
And you put 25,000 down.
See, that's why I need that
Some,
one-on-one, bro. Because I need you to look at this because it's through. I don't know if you're familiar. It's through. I've heard a lot of things about these people. North Mill
never
Financial.
never heard of them. Let's take a
I'm
look
hearing
here.
a lot of like sketchy things about these people. Like I don't, and so I'm making these payments, but I feel like I was put, I don't know, in a weird situation. I don't know.
So it's an equipment finance company. Cause you saying you bought it in November, you paying 16, 15 a month. That's a little
I had
over
to.
19 grand. So let's say 20 grand. You put
Yep.
25,000 down. You said you saw on a finance sheet that you was gonna finance so you're financing 100 grand is what it sounds like. So if the truck had a sticker price of 50, you put 25 down, you look the other day and it says you still owe 70, you're financing 100, and you bought the truck for 125.
Mm.
So I'm trying to figure out how I jumped from 50 to 125.
That's really what I want to know. I mean, Again, I was
Wait, you
very
put 20,
impulsive
you put
about
25,000 down or 2,500?
25,000.
Right, that's what I figured. 25,000 down. You look the other day, it says you still owe 70. So
Mm-hmm.
that's 100 right there.
I can.
And you spent 20 this year.
Sorry. Can you hear me still?
Yeah, I hear you, but you frozen. There you go.
Oh my.
There you,
Let me look at it right now. It'll take me 2 seconds to pull it up. Let
yeah.
me look at it. Cause I mean, I don't want to take up too much of your broadcast, bro. I really want to have a sit down with you and
Yeah, however you want to do it.
hash this out, because
Yeah.
I don't know, man. In that situation, I don't know what they really doing to me right now.
Yeah, I mean, if you want me to take a look at it, yeah, we can sit down and I'll take a look at it. It's some ain't adding up based on what you're telling me. I'm not saying it's you, but
Yeah.
some ain't adding up.
You think I'm getting played, bro?
I don't know. I can't put it on them. It may just be you not looking at it right. I got to look at it to see. You know what I'm saying? Because here's the thing. If you're telling me it had a sticker price of 50, and based on the numbers you telling me, it's looking like 125. Because if it was 50 and you saw 100 after the financing when you signed off on it, and you paying $1,650, that comes out to $19,300. So let's say 20 that you've paid this year, but you looked the other day and it says you still owe 70. So that means you put 25 down, that brought it down to 100. You're financing 100 grand because you spent 20 this year.
Right.
So you financing about 90 grand. So at that, but still that if that's what it is, then that's criminal because that's more than 25%.
Like I said, man, there's a lot of stuff I've been reading from people, like going into lawsuits with this company, doing like a whole bunch of stuff. Like, I don't know, bro. Like, sometimes it's like you kind of know that saying, like, out of sight, out of mind.
Yeah.
It's like there are some times where I'm just like, I'm trying to just be on time with my payments and not even like look into what's going on, because I know part of me knows that I got into something that's sketchy.
You have to look into it. You can't run from your mistakes. One is going to make you a better business person, and two, you have to own up to it and face it so you can not only learn from it but possibly correct it. Because I'm being honest with you. If you're telling me the truck was 50,000, you put 25,000 down. You've been paying on it for a year, 1,650. That's over 19,000. Let's round it up to 20. And the other day you looked in the portal and it says you still owe 70.
Yeah.
So that means you bought the truck after all was said and done for 120. You see what I'm saying? Because 25 or no, 125. You put 25, 100. You paid 20.
That's
right?
crazy,
So that
bro.
leaves about 80. You say you owe 70. So you bought the truck for about 115.
I know.
You bought the truck for about 115. So, that's 100% markup damn near.
Yeah.
Because if you bought the truck for 50, 100% markup interest is 100,000. So yeah, man, I need to look at it because I can't say it's something they doing. I gotta look to see what you signed, because I'm gonna look at it and be like, yo, you signed this. It says this. You signed it. So they bogus, but you signed it.
I signed it. Yeah.
So then now comes the conversation, and I'm not telling you to do this. If it's something that's bodine, it comes to a situation, man, do I walk away from it or do I thug it out?
Yeah.
70,000 after you spent 20 this year and you put 25,000 down, you ain't even put a dent. You still owe 70. You still owe a whole nother box truck. I ain't
Yeah.
trying to make you feel bad. I'm just I gotta
No,
look.
I
I gotta look at it to see what the hell
yeah.
it is you signed, bro.
No, you speaking the truth, man, and that's what this is kind of why like left it in the back of my mind because I'm like when I start to talk about it, I'm just like, man, like, damn, like,
Damn, man, we was having a good final mile conversation. It's rare that I talk to somebody that's actually doing final mile. I'm like, okay, he somebody doing fight. Then you hit me with this, man. God
yeah,
damn,
but yeah.
you done messed me up and changed my whole little mood, man. I was damn, man.
Hey, I'm just trying to be honest, man. I'm trying to
It's
be
all
real with my
good.
situation, you know?
It's all good, man. So man, I gotta look at it, man. And see what you done got yourself into. Uh,
Yep.
to be able to advise you, man, because I got a buddy that signed not for a commercial vehicle, but he bought a car and he
Mm,
paid way more than what he should have paid for it. He just ended up walking away from it. He said, "I want to pay it." I wouldn't advise a subscriber to do something like that, but if it's something that's just really really bogus, then that's something
yeah.
maybe something you may have to. I'm not telling you to do that,
I
but
know, I
if it's
know. I
something
hear
where it's
you.
just damn near illegal,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? So, but if,
So
we gotta take a look at it.
yeah, I'll definitely hit you about booking a session for sure, for sure. I've been sitting on it for a while. I will absolutely do that. So I'll get up with you, man.
Yeah, get up with me, man. We'll talk. I appreciate you for tapping in, though.
All right, thank you, sir. Thank you for having me.
No problem, man.
All right.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. So the link is up there. Anybody else want to tap in? The floor is open tonight. I know I seen some people um put their input in earlier. Basically, the question I asked earlier for everybody that's coming in, I want to know from y'all perspective, why is the sentiment still the way it is? Why are so many people struggling? Why are so many people complaining? Like I said, y'all hear me get up here and tell my reasons why all the time. Y'all hear Kirk talk about it. So I want to know from y'all perspective. We got us another caller, y'all. Yo, can't hear you. You got yourself on
What
mute.
up? You can hear me?
Yep. What's going on?
What's up, man? I follow your videos all the time. I listen to your advice. You
Uh-huh.
put me on the RXO and started out in Greenville, South Carolina about October 21st.
Mm-hmm.
They got the contract from Home Depot, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't seeing that much with one truck, so I got two now.
All right.
But I'm seeing it, but I'm trying to figure out, like, my mom's is basically the owner. She lives in New York, so I'm taking care of it out here. So I'm trying to figure out where did I mess up. You get what I'm saying? I got the company's insurance. I don't know if you know about Biz Choice.
I've heard of them. Yeah.
All right, they killing.
That
They
that's
killing.
RXO's insurance company.
Yeah. Also, UST used them.
Mm-hmm.
So they killing us. They taking the more we make, the more they take. You get what I'm saying? So I'm banking off of one truck about 4 or 5 grand a week,
Gross. Right.
gross, and then they taking about 1,500 a week.
That's too much.
And so I basically rushed it, and I watched all your videos. You get
Mm-hmm.
what I'm saying? I know
Yeah.
you put up, because RXO is now, well, RXO was XPO.
Mm-hmm.
So when you said that, I looked into it, and then they hit me up and they told me that they was the spinoff.
Right.
So I'm just trying to figure out like where we go, like like the insurance ways, because now we getting two more trucks this week. We going from Ryder to Penske.
Why? That's the
Because
question.
Rada, we killing ourselves with the deposit from
You
Rada.
you adding two trucks or you're just swapping two trucks?
I'm swapping two trucks. So I
Mm-hmm.
got three. Actually, I got three. One got
Mm-hmm.
damaged, so I got the damage claim. So I'm still paying for that truck, even though it's in the shop.
Okay.
So we're gonna go to Penske. They're gonna honor the same price that we was paying at Rada without the deposit. Rada's charging, 1.5%.
Okay.
So basically, it has. So basically, each truck I'm paying $1,000 a week. Compared to compared to Penske, I'll be paying just the flat rate of, I think it's about $650 a week
Plus
for
whatever
each
how
truck.
much they charge you for the miles.
the mileage, I'm at 12 cent a mile,
All right.
which is,
That's good.
I think, which is not bad.
Right. No, it's not.
You get what
Not
I'm
for
saying?
26
So
footer. Yeah.
yeah, for the 26 footers, so I'm getting 4 from them. So I'm trying to figure out, like
Why?
right now, because all right, so when I had the first truck, we wasn't really seeing no revenue. We was just seeing bills, gas. You get what I'm saying? When we added the second truck, we started to see revenue. We had leftovers for us. We had enough to pay for the trucks for the next week, gas or whatever. So we was thinking, all right, RXO said that they was trying to fill in the gaps because a lot of people left.
Mm-hmm.
These was people that just had one truck. They wasn't eating. They was only seeing probably about 600 after.
Mm-hmm.
You get what I'm saying? So now that we eating, we seeing a profit off of 2 trucks. We seeing it grew. You get what I'm saying? It grew a lot. I mean, not a lot, but I mean, from what we were seeing, we probably was seeing about, we was at like a 25% margin. We probably at about 60.
Wait.
So we,
Hold on. Slow down. You paying $1,500 per week per truck for insurance through RXO.
no. So it's revenue based. So all of the trucks together is 1,500 a week. That's just,
Okay.
it's based off the revenue. I think we pay $24 every 100 we make.
Yeah, man. No, you want to go get an outside company.
That's
They
what I was trying to
shouldn't.
do.
Yeah, they're charging you based on the scale and the gross that y'all bringing in. So it's almost like they a partner of yours.
Basically. So we was thinking about getting out of there, but then we're gonna owe 15 or 20% of the policy, which the policy is at 50. It was at 54,000 when we started, but now it should be dropped down now to about maybe about 40, 47, 48. So we're gonna owe them about $4,000 if we leave.
Why
Four or
did you
some
go
change.
with why did you go with that?
Because it was kind of like all right, we was looking for insurance companies, but a lot of insurance companies don't do rental companies. They don't do all auto. You get what I'm saying? That's what the rental companies needed. They needed
Right.
an all auto policy.
So when you go to your broker and you get your million and 100, your auto, you have an auto policy.
Yeah, but they was telling me, so basically the cord that, because when I was starting out with Rada.
Okay.
Rada was saying that they needed all autos and not scheduled autos, all autos. But these insurance companies kept saying they couldn't
So
honor that. Like,
so this is what you do. Instead of having them put it on the Accord form, listing your general liability, listing your commercial auto, listing your cargo, just have them give the declaration page just for the auto. You using the same insurance company? Hold on, you using the same insurance company for all 3?
yes, correct.
So then this is how you do it. You tell your broker, look, I want a general liability. I want a cargo company. Those 2 companies could be the same, and then give me a commercial auto policy with someone else. All 3 of them going to be on the Accord form if someone requests a certificate of insurance, right? But since you got a different company that's for your commercial auto that's not under that same policy, you just get the declaration page for the commercial auto and you submit that to them. They don't need to know. They don't have to know about the general liability and the cargo. They just want a commercial autos policy on its own.
So I thought that too, but it wasn't, because RXO needed them to have all autos. You get what I'm saying? So RXO, so basically, it was like RXO was dictating everything with the insurance.
Because it's their company. They got vested interest in that company.
So every time I got something from another insurance company, they told me, no, that's not good. No, that's not good. And these insurance companies, I was sending them the example of the Accord form, and they kept telling me, no, we can't do that.
Because here's the thing. You see, you must don't watch a lot of my live streams. You probably just watch the videos. I talked about this specific situation with RXO. They want, because they're making money off you off the insurance. They got vested interest in that company. and they're able to control the situation because see, it's a reason why they're the number 3 company. It's a reason why that trucking company started in 2000 and they've surpassed everybody to become the 3rd largest company right under UPS and FedEx. Because they know they've figured out a way to indemnify themselves from any and all liabilities, similar to what Amazon has done. They can control the insurance. So now, listen, we ain't got to fight with Progressive. We ain't got to fight with Mercury. We ain't got to fight with Grange. We ain't got to worry about them because we own the company. So it's all in-house. And we charging you, and we making money off you on the insurance.
Yeah, I didn't know that because they told me they got nothing to do with them. They just partnered up with them to help us get out there.
You don't need them to partner. So what you're saying is when you brought your own insurance company, they kept declining it because I talk about it all the time with XPO. XPO, RXO, same company. It's the same company. When I got pushed into XPO because during that time they were buying up all the companies that I was running for, and when I was running this specific retail, and they bought them after they got acquainted and everything, they tried to hit me with a $3 million umbrella, and they lowered my rate. My broker said, "Man, is this contract worth it?" When I went to my broker and said, "Listen, I need to add a $3 million umbrella," he said, "I'm gonna talk to the company and get the quote." Before he gave me the quote, he said, "Man, is this contract worth it?" This is the broker telling me this. I left that contract right where the hell it was at.
See, I didn't know about it. Like when I said, I jumped into it basically on couldn't find high deposits, high down payments. I mean, on insurance. So it was kind of like no down payment for this insurance. Let me go for it. They give you that set price. Like, okay, we only gonna take $800 a week. So when you calculating what you're gonna make, an estimate, I thought it was gonna be that until we got these trucks. Mm-hmm. So it's just like. But what I basically wanted to ask you was, do you got references to insurance companies? That's good insurance companies, because I can't find them nowhere.
It's not about the insurance company. It's the broker, bro. It's the broker. For one, if you're running multiple trucks, first of all, I think you need to just listening to you need to slow down, bro. It's some things that you need to figure out. You keep talking about 4, 5, all that shit sound good. But if you're not seeing the benefits and the profits from running that many trucks, you just overworking yourself and not getting the pay. You know what I'm saying? I could probably look at the pay and see what you getting with all 4 trucks and found one account that's profiting what you profiting, what it takes to run 4 trucks with 1 truck. Because you got so much overhead. $1,500 a week, and they're charging you that based on the revenue that's coming in. They're a partner. Yeah. They found a way to partner in your business. We're gonna have you run for us. We're gonna take 50%. We're gonna have you buy into an insurance company that we have vested interest in. They have vested interest in that. They're forcing you to go with that company. So either they're getting a kickback from it or they have vested interest in it. And they're able to control the situation because they understand we're in a high liability business. It's a lot of claims. We're not finna be fighting no more. This is why they do it. But $1,500 a week is too much. That's $6,000 a month. And you mean to tell me if y'all make more money, it's going to go up from there? It could go up to $2,000 a week.
And not only that, we can't do nothing outside of this contract because of this insurance. It only covers RXO.
No, it sounds like, and I'm just keeping it 1,000 with you. One, you need to go back to the drawing board, adding more trucks. I don't know, because you need to see your margins can't be 60%, bro. Not if you paying $1,500 a week and then $1,000 a week right now per truck. Plus, you're not on the truck if you're running those many trucks, so that means you got 2 guys on each truck. Shit, what you paying them?
No, I'm on a truck to save the income. I'm on one of the trucks, so basically, I'm not basically. It's me, one helper on one, and then I got my brother and my cousin on another one.
So what you paying them?
So they're getting $160 a day.
A piece?
No, the helpers only get $130. Drivers get $160. We
how many stops they doing?
it's black after Black Friday. That's when we went. They doing about 18 or 19 a day. They going in at 5:30. Damn near 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock. They getting off.
And what's this? Appliances or furniture?
Appliances.
This Lowe's or Best Buy? Home Depot.
Home Depot.
And they're not complaining about the pay? They got to be complaining about the pay.
No, they not. They family. They not, because we take care of them either way. But it's like, yo, we want to go up on it, but the insurance is hurting us.
So here's the thing. Here goes back to that what I always talk about. Problem solving. Here's that decision. This is one of those situations. Is this contract worth it? And I'm not telling you this, you know what I'm saying? To me, listen to what you said. You're not gonna measure what you're gonna take from me based off my success. So if I have a week that I turn up because it's high volume, you mean to tell me that because I'm having a higher than normal profitable week, you get some of that too? I know why they're doing it, because they're scaling it based on the liability. The more stops you do, the more liability. Well, it shouldn't be like that. It should be fixed. It should only go up if you add more trucks at a fixed rate. So you add another driver, you add another truck, then it should go up based on what the MVR of the driver is and based on the specs of the truck. It shouldn't go up based on what you're profiting percentage wise, because $1,500 a week right now is a lot of money, and you're renting a truck. You're paying another $1,000 a week. You running 2 trucks now or 3?
No, I'm running 3, but one is in a shop because
But you paying for it though.
Yeah, I still got to pay for it because still under contract with Ryder.
So $3,000 plus another $1,500. So you spending $4,500 a week off back.
Yeah.
Plus fuel. Plus labor.
Fuel out here it's a little cheap out here. Like I say, filling up out here, I'm spending. It take about $200 to fill up each truck, and we only filling up twice a week.
All right,
but
so
it's still a lot.
So each truck is grossing about 5.
About 55, 6.
All right, and then how much is it costing you each week to run, adding all your expenses, labor, fuel, rentals, insurance? How much are y'all spending a week on average?
With the fuel, we doing about $200 each truck. That's 2 times a week for each truck, because we're not really going that far. So that's what,
12.
Yeah, that's 12. Then our trucks is about $700 each a week. I give it that because it's sometimes lower.
$700 each a week for what?
For each truck, with the mileage and everything included.
For the rental?
Yeah, for the rental.
So you're not spending $1,000. You're spending $700.
No, only thing that's hurting is because how Ryder do. They take out half. They do the full price plus half of it. So basically, my rental is about $1,000 each a week. So they throwing a deposit back, but I'm not seeing it because they're grabbing it back out.
Okay.
So that's why I said I was going to switch over to Penske, if that's a good idea, because I see a lot of people telling me, no, don't go to Penske. They shitty on they maintenance and everything. And they don't charge a deposit. They charge me just a flat rate plus the mileage every week.
And how much is your payroll?
My payroll is about, with my 3 people, it's no more than 23 a week. It's probably about 24, 23 a week, because we're a 6-day operation. So I got 1 driver and 2 helpers.
71. And how much you pay yourself? Is that including you?
So me and my mother, after we pay all the bills, we do a split down.
Okay, so after everything, how much, before you pay yourself, how much you spending a week?
About 4 to 5.
Ain't no about. It's gotta be more than that. I just added up more than that in my head.
It's The trucks is at 12. Oh no.
Trucks more. Trucks at
Yeah,
21 if you spend it.
it's about 6 to 7.
See,
Yeah, because
you supposed to know all this. So 2,100, let's say for the trucks, 3 trucks. You spending
mhm,
another $1,500 for your insurance a week,
mhm.
right? So 2,100 plus 1,500. What am I missing? Uh, your insurance,
The
your
payroll.
truck. Yeah. So how much you spending on payroll?
So my payroll this week came out to 2311. 23 it came out to basically 2310. It came out to.
2,300 plus 1,500 plus 2,100. That's 5,900. Let's say 6,000. And what, you ain't got no other expenses?
We got what we did, the gas, we did
Oh,
the
the
truck.
gas, the gas, just
Yeah,
gas. That's what
the
I'm
gas is
missing.
at the gas is
About
at 1200 a
400 a
week.
week. 400 a
Yeah,
week each
no,
truck, right?
yeah, 400 a week each truck. Yep.
That's why I was coming up. So that's about 7,100. And what are you grossing total
Each truck
a
get
week?
about 50. Each truck, see, it fluctuates because some days there don't be no routes. Some days, so
Uh
it
huh.
go, it goes by the mileage, the appliances,
Uh
and
huh.
all of that. It comes out. What I was seeing was 55 each truck. It's about 15,
So that's
and then we
about,
do
you
the.
running 2 trucks though, right?
But I'm running 2 trucks right now, yeah, because one is down. One been down for 2 weeks.
So those guys ain't working.
Nah, those guys not working. When once he busted up my truck, one said he was out, and you know what I'm saying. So
So you
yeah, that's
figure, but you saying you trying to figure out why y'all not making no money, or why y'all not
basically
making
yeah.
enough money?
No. Okay, I see why we not making the money is because of the insurance. What I was coming to ask for the advice on what to
Uh
do
huh.
and about Penske. See, because I know you talk a lot about your rentals
Uh huh.
from Rada to Penske. Because a lot of people telling me that I'm going to fail with doing that, going from Rada to Penske.
Why you figure that? If Penske is less money.
Because people keep saying that Penske is not up on their maintenance. Sometimes the trucks break down and they don't get back to you. They don't give you another truck. Yada yada. I never rented through them, so I don't know. But I know
So
you are experienced with
so
that.
trucks can break down regardless of Penske rider. As far as the maintenance, that all depends on the branch. Each market is different. You see what I'm saying? Each market is different. Now with Penske, the way they charge, they're gonna charge you for a week and they're gonna hold a week. So you're gonna have money being held. You see what I'm saying? So if they charge you, let's say, X amount of dollars for the rental, they're gonna charge you a week out and then they're gonna hold a week out. That's gonna fall off. So it's gonna look like you got 2 payments. So you're gonna have to have a reserve for the money that they holding. And they're gonna
See,
do that every
and
week.
then the account manager never told me that because that's the case. I could stay with Rada.
That's just they billing. That's just the way they billing is. I mean, the money gonna fall off. It's just they charge you, it's going to fall off. And then when they rewrite the policy, because they're going to rewrite the policy whatever day you sign it. If you sign it on a Friday, every Friday they're going to rewrite the policy. So when they rewrite the policy, they're going to bill you out for another week. And that money that was held from the previous week that fall off, they're going to charge that. So you're going to see one that's pending and one that's a hold. I mean, one that's pending and one that's a charge. So when that money come back, you can't use that money. So basically, that's why a lot of people get into trouble because that money fall back into that account and they don't leave that account. If you ain't a person who got 50, 60, $80,000 in your account, you a person that's playing around with $2,000 and $3,000, you get $1,000 come back into your account. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people, they spending that money. You see what I'm saying? Because they
Yeah.
can feel it. So it's not the fact that they charging you twice, it's just that whole falls off and then they come back and take it. You see what I'm saying? Now, you got to do what's best for the business. Me personally, the reason why I'm adding up your money is because you steady scaling and you haven't said not one time about buying a truck. So that's why I'm trying to see what you profiting. Based off basically what you telling me, after everything is paid, you got about 2,900 left in the kitty. 3,000.
Mm-hmm.
Does that sound about right?
Yeah.
So now what you pay yourself?
So me and my mom do the split down, and we just take that and we split it in half.
All right, y'all split 3,000.
Yeah.
And that's where you messing up at. Why you paying yourself? Why your mom paying? It's your mom. You say it's your mom business. Why she getting paid?
So basically, what she do is basically she throws it back into the business account. She don't spend it. You get what I'm saying? She throws it back into the business account. She holds that. So anything we need, she gives it. You get
So
what I'm saying?
what you pay yourself?
So me, when I do the split down, I make sure I just pay my rent and I leave some of it away. You get what I'm saying? I
None,
put it away more
none.
for the help.
See, you gotta watch more of my live streams, bro.
I
Your
did
rent
that
ain't
too.
got shit to do with the business, bro. Business don't care about your rent. What your rent got to do with the business? So that's why I'm asking you. Out of that 3,000, what you pay yourself?
I ain't gonna lie, to 15.
See, that's where you messing up at. Because if you got 3,000 and you're talking about going and getting another truck, and you got 3 trucks right now and they all rentals, you need to be at least replacing one of those rentals with a truck. That money that you steady spending, you steady scaling up with a rental, you're never going to be sustainable running a business with rental trucks. If you're going to ultimately cut costs, you got to no, the market is actually low.
Not out here.
For used box trucks?
Problem. Huh?
Where you at? Where you at?
I'm in Greenville, South Carolina.
What that got to do with anything? But
I mean, I'm
see, this is what
90.
I'm saying. I don't know where you looking, but here's what I'm saying. Even if that is the case out there, it's 49 other states.
Yeah, true.
So you paying 15 because you're looking at your cost of living. All right? You looking at your cost of living. The business ain't got no cash flow.
So that's a step right there.
So you ain't got no cash flow. You saying, man, I got to pay my rent. No, how much does it cost you to live? How much does it cost you to live for the month?
$1,300.
On the basic. So your rent, food, fuel, utilities, car note, it's got to be more than $1,300.
No, I thought you were talking about the rent. Yeah, basically, damn near $2,000.
It costs you. So let's say $2,500 for you to live. That's including your rent. You got a car note?
Yep, 2.
You got 2 car notes?
Yep.
So you got 2 car notes, you got rent, utilities, and it's only $2,300?
Almost 25, yeah.
What kind of cars you driving? Because that's cheap, bro.
We got buy here, pay here out here, so we pay like $125 a week.
Yeah, man. Bro.
Yeah.
Man. You need to get a coaching session, bro. You need to tap in with me. First of all, definitely am. You need to get that stuff in order. The business needs cash flow.
I got it when I first moved out here. We needed a vehicle, so it was.
I hear you. I hear you, but we trying to figure out why you're not making no money. Yeah. You running, that's okay, let's say 3, that's only $12,000 net without you paying yourself and without her taking a cut. For the month, if you running 4 trucks, 3 trucks, that's not even enough cash flow.
Yeah. Well, I got to tune in with one of your
listen, this is what I'm saying. The revenue is there, but your overhead is too high. So you're going to have to practice what I've been talking about, delayed gratification. Because the first thing you said, I was waiting for it to come with my rent. Man, you can't worry about your rent. You got to pay yourself a steady, whatever it is. If it's $750, $1,000, the business needs cash flow. If it's $3,000 left, you're running 3 trucks. How much cash flow do you think you need? Because here's another thing. Your workers aren't even getting fair market value. You paying them $160 and $130. So now if you pay them fair market value, then what you think you made is less than that. You thinking for right now, you're not thinking ahead. Because it's coming. It's coming, bro. I'm trying to tell you, $130 to do 15, 16 stops, it's coming, bro. So you need to practice some delayed gratification. You need to cut costs on the back end as far as the personal. You got an investor, which is your mother, who's not doing the physical work. So the sacrifice from her is not coming in the form of actually doing the work. So she can't see no money because there's not enough money for her to see. Yeah, that whole insurance structure of they charge you per week for the insurance based on how much money you make gross? That's one thing you got to get rid of. 2, you need to start one by one replacing all those rental trucks. Because $90,000, you're running local final mile. Where are you looking at $90,000 at, bro? I can point you in direction for 30 and 40,000 all day long.
See, I looked at the rider leasing. I looked at a bunch of them, but I don't got the real. I don't got nobody to tell me really where to go. You get what I'm saying? And I don't want to buy a shitty truck.
Listen here, I'm telling you right now. It ain't about, listen. When you're scaling a business, you have to scale where you're maximizing your profitability. What you're doing right now is no way, you're not maximizing your profitability. I listened to everything you said, and there was not one thing you said that showed me that you had a plan on maximizing your profitability. You talking about adding another truck. You're running final mile. Even if you paid those guys, I come in, this is what I would do. If I came in your market right there, I would be able to pay your guys $200. I'll probably be able to pay the driver $250. I could probably pay the helper $175.
See, when I jumped into this and I got this contract, I asked a bunch of people what they were paying their people because I didn't know. You get what I'm saying? A lot of people was lower, so I tried to hit them where just in case one of my drivers took to another driver, they know they making more. There's a lot of people on there that's making, a lot of drivers on there that's making 120, 100, 130. So I tried to,
120,000 a year?
No, a day.
You talking about the actual owner operator or the drivers that they're paying?
No, the drivers that they're paying.
You in where again?
I'm in Greenville, South Carolina.
Yeah, I maybe it's the market, bro. Like
to one of your coaching sessions, and I'm gonna really record when I'm asking these people, and you're gonna hear them tell me, like, you get what I'm saying? Like, yo, they only make 130 for the drivers, 120. So I thought I was being a little generous, giving a little more. I'm just jumping into this. I don't know. You get what I'm saying? I don't know.
Yeah, bro. You need to first thing I would advise you to do is, man, you need to lower your cost. It's too high. Yeah, you gotta I think you worrying about scaling, and I think right now you need to focus on bringing your costs down. You running 3 trucks. One of those trucks you need to switch out for a truck that you finance, and then you'll be able to see more money, right? And then once that truck, makes some money, and it'll be able to replace a second rental truck, and you can go finance another truck, and then a third. Right now, you're just spending too much money with the rentals, and then that insurance. This is a decision you're gonna have to make on its own. That whole model of them charging you based on what you're making for insurance a week. No, there's no way I would go with that, man. I don't give a goddamn what company it is. I walked away from XPO. I'm just letting you know, if you're already doing final mile, it's other companies out there that pay similar. UST pays similar for the same contract. You can make $5,000 a week with UST.
I'm going to one for them too on Wednesday. I got one coming up with them that I was looking into to try to leave from over here just to get out of the insurance. You get what I'm saying? Because if I terminate the contract, I don't owe the insurance nothing. So I was going to try to move over there.
So they made you sign a contract where you're obligated to pay, what was it, $56,000?
Yeah.
You sure? You sure that's what the verbiage says?
Yeah, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take one of your coaching sessions and I'm gonna send it to you.
Or is that what the cost of the 12 months for the policy would be? Because here's the thing. Here's the thing. If they're scaling up the cost of insurance per week based on your performance, how can they determine what the total number is going to be for a 12-month period?
Because they went revenue based. So basically, it went like you said, they partnered with RXO. So they know, so they telling them what we'll get paid. They did an estimate, basically.
But that can change at any time based on
Yeah.
the amount
So
of
the less,
revenue that you bring in.
yeah, so the less we make, the less they take. The more we make, the more they take.
Nah, bro. Yeah, yeah. Me personally, I can't tell you what to do, but that's not something that I would, you know, uh that's not something that I would uh I wouldn't sign off on that. I wouldn't sign off on that. But I'm not. This is the current price of trucks, and I said it from low to high. So trucks are very affordable now. So you know,
But
you
you
can,
know,
it started at 13,000. So trucks are cheap now. We back
I'm
to
gonna look at.
pre-pandemic rates. You know,
Okay, okay.
so so you know, and there's plenty of them. So let's say you went out and bought this Hino 2016 268 for 31,000. A year ago, with this amount of miles, they would have wanted 65, 70, 75,000 for this truck, right? It's a level two. Here's what I'm saying. Shit's gonna happen. You see what I'm saying? Stuff is gonna happen. But that's where your cash flow comes in. If I spend $5,000 on maintenance for a $31,000 truck in a year, I'm gonna come out cheaper than paying $1,000 a week.
Yeah, that's true. I went on for other videos too. That was, once when I got to yours, it was kind of a little too late. When I really got deep into your videos, and I was like, nah, he talking some, you know what I mean? Talking some ish right now, some real life ish. And basically, I'm following all these other people that I seen you talk about in your other videos that I stopped following. That was
Well, you
saying
ain't got
renting is
you
and
you
leasing
ain't
and
got
finance.
you ain't got to stop following them off the strength of me. What?
Because I actually see what you said. Like you got one that's saying he make $1 million off of a box truck with one box truck, and I'm like,
Here's what I'm saying, and I get it. I get what you're saying. A lot of people say a lot of things to wean people in, but I've been doing this since 2010. I've been doing this since 2010, and yeah, that's not gonna happen. So that's why I'm telling you that renting 10 years ago versus renting now is a totally different ball game. So when I'm looking at something like this, with what you're spending a week to rent the amount of trucks that you're renting, and plus what they're charging you for the insurance, and they're charging your insurance weekly based on how much revenue you're pulling in, purchasing this truck is going to open you up to a lot more profitability, which will allow you to, one, pay your people more so that you can have the assurance that they're going to show up to work every day. It's going to allow you to scale a little bit more aggressively. And it's going to allow for you to pay yourself. Right now, I don't think you're in a position to even pay yourself.
that's true. I was thinking that too. Definitely true.
You see what I'm saying? So instead of scaling, I would, if I were you, I would try to focus on
Switching over.
not switching over, but lowering your cost. You need to go back to the drawing board with Mom Dukes, and y'all need to formulate a business plan, and y'all need to start cutting costs. Y'all need to start cutting costs. And the first thing y'all need to look at is that contract.
Yeah. Definitely gonna get on that. Tomorrow I'm gonna get on that. And
So yeah. So now with insurance, to answer your question in a more simpler form, find you a broker. You need to find a broker out there that is going to shop your company. They're going to shop you. So you shouldn't be looking for an insurance company. Most insurance companies you're not going to be able to sign up with on your own anyway. Most of the commercial insurance companies require you go through a broker. You know what I'm
Everybody
saying?
was just going
So,
through Penske too. I mean, not Penske, Progressive, and it was kind of like,
well,
damn, they was
well,
steep.
well, well, Progressive is one of the only companies that you can sit down and sign up for on your own.
Yeah,
Progressive
no,
is
see,
only
but
the company you go ahead.
no, the brokers that I spoke to I spoke to a few of them, and they was all coming back with Progressive and Everspan, something like that, Everspan. But see, when I was getting into it, Ryder don't honor Progressive liability, physical damage and everything. So that's the reason why I took a spin on it, and I
Ryder
went
doesn't offer
back.
what?
They don't honor Progressive's physical damage insurance.
Okay. Well, I'm
And
not
then
saying Progressive isn't the only game in town. That's what I'm saying. There's plenty of other insurance companies. That's why this is why it's important to get a broker, because once RXO, right, submits you the verbiage that they want to see on the COI as additionally insured, and when Ryder submits you the verbiage that they want to see on the COI as additionally insured, you take that to your broker. So now, instead of him shopping you for this, he can filter it out. Okay, these are the companies that have these policies. This is why you need to go to a broker, because they're going to shop you. And it's not something that's going to happen a day. It may take a week. It may take 2 weeks. You're running with a very complex company. XPO, RXO is one of the hardest companies to run with, and it's one of the hardest companies once you in there to run for, because they're very strict. They have a lot of compliance. You know what I'm saying? They're to me, it's just almost not work, especially for someone that's new, that's coming into the space, that doesn't have experience. I wouldn't suggest someone that's new coming into the space run for RXO. You see what I'm saying? So you need to get with a broker so that they can shop you. It's going to take a minute. You got to allot for them some time so that they can shop you. And then once they shop you, they get everything back in. The insurance companies submit their proposal, and then the broker will present you, all right, this is what we got. We got this, this, and this. I put together a package. I think we can go with this company. We can go with this company, or we can split it up. We can go with this company for this. We can go with this company for that. We can go with this company for this.
all right, I'm gonna jump on that tomorrow, and I'm gonna see. Yeah, because I gotta cut it. I gotta cut this overhead. So
Yeah, you definitely got to cut your overhead, because you're not. You think you making money, but you really not making no money. You really
now I know I'm
operating at
not
a
making
loss.
money. I
You
ain't even
really
thinking I'm
operating
making
at a
money.
loss. You operating at a loss. If you would listen, if you were to pay your guys a fair market value, you would be operating at a loss.
Yeah.
And you ain't got no cash flow, because the business got to get paid. The business needs cash flow in order to sustain. The business got to get paid before you. You can't pay yourself and the business can't sustain. Because once you pay yourself, you're going to go spend it. And then if something happens in the business, there's no cash flow to take care of the situation.
Yeah.
How old are you, young man?
28.
Yeah, so you need to watch some more live streams, and you need to tap in a little bit more. We're gonna get you together. We're gonna get you straight.
And how I find your coaching sessions though, because I ain't see those on the videos.
www. Yeah, it's in the videos. It's in the description. www. I'll put it in the chat. www.boxtruckcourses.com. Yeah, it's in the
I'm gonna
chat.
jump into that because I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna lie. I need some advice. Need some guidance though. I ain't gonna hold you. Because
Yeah,
basically, I'm spending all my savings, and my mom, she got it, but I'm trying to get there. You get what I'm saying? Been
Wait,
a
so you spending
paramedic.
your savings?
Yeah, I've been a paramedic since I was 18. Saved all my bread, you get what I'm saying? So I'm trying to start something. I got kids, you know what I mean? Trying to leave something for them.
So you dipping into your savings to cover some of the
Ba-
cost of the business?
no, no, not the business. I'm dipping in my savings to keep me going as I'm working on these trucks, you get what I'm saying?
Okay, well, yeah, then that's happening. That's what's supposed to happen at the beginning. But like that 3,000 that you thinking that you chopping it up, that's your working capital. You know what I'm saying? Because it's coming, bro. You're gonna have to, and I'm not telling you how to run your business. I'm just keeping it 1,000 with you. Like that payroll, you're gonna have to pay more. You're gonna need money, and I think you need to start cycling out of those rental trucks. You need to start cycling out those rental trucks, and that RXO contract. To me, I don't like that insurance that you paying. That may be something that one of those hard decisions where you may have to make. Is this contract worth it in comparison to another logistics company that's running that same Lowe's contract, but they're not charging you on a weekly basis based off the revenue that you're bringing in and charging your insurance, scaling your insurance. The more money you make, the more they charge you for insurance. Nah, bro, that ain't it.
So what I'm gonna just chop it up to is just paying this 4,000 and some change, get up out of this insurance and go find something else right now and try to see how that go.
You
And like
you
you
got to
said,
make
swap
sure
out
that you
these
got to
rentals.
even pay that. You might not have to pay that. I don't.
Oh
You
no, I
sure
called them.
that?
They said it. I'm positive. It's on a contract. They told me what page to go to because they sent me the Google Docs.
So they stuck you in a
I signed it.
contract for insurance. So they stuck you in a
Yep,
contract for the insurance where you got to pay it.
yep.
So what happened if the business just default? You still got to pay it.
I still got to pay if the contract is terminated with RXO. So once RXO say this contract is terminated, that's when the insurance are just they won't charge you. But now if I'm still with RXO and I'm leaving I'm leaving the insurance, they're gonna charge me that 15%, 15-20%, one of those.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, I would have to figure
So I
something
said
else
I
out,
take a
bro.
loss, I take a little hit with that fourth, but I get it back sometime in the future. You get what I'm saying?
How many more
Hopefully.
months you got? How many more months you got?
Shit, we just started. The whole RXO just started out here in October 21st. So I got till next year, October 21st.
Damn.
So I might
Yeah,
as well
man.
just pay the 4,000 to get out of there instead of paying 4,000 a month, 5,000-6,000 a month, because I'm still lose either way.
Yeah, we gonna chop it up though.
All right, I'm gonna tune into yours and I appreciate it, bro. I appreciate this.
All right, man. No problem. Anytime.
All right, thanks, man.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, man. Yeah. I guess I'll put the link back. Today is one of them days people tapping in. So there go the link. So still the question I asked earlier when I came on, what's the sentiment, man? I jumped in late. Is Mark on a time constraint today? I was, but man, people been hopping up in, so I've been having to, help some people out. Let me see, what website is this? All right, so the sentiment, guys. The question that I asked earlier is, why do people have this sentiment of uh 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 this whole trash, and why are people struggling? And I want to know from y'all point of view. Companies know when you're not up to business, they stick it to you. Well, you should only use a rental if you. I'm from Carolina. It's not the market; it's the knowledge. It's his family. Mark helping making more than his driver. Maybe I missed this, but how does a rental company know his income? So Darren, it wasn't the rental company; it's the insurance company. It's the insurance company and RXO. So his insurance is tied in to the logistics company. They got they got some type of vested interest into the company, so it's tied in. So depending on his revenue, right? The more money he makes on his contract weekly, the more money his insurance is weekly, and they deduct it from his settlement every week. So that's how he's set up. That's how he's set up. So man, what's the sentiment, guys? Tell me why everybody complaining. From y'all perspective, why are so many people complaining? I want to know from y'all perspective. The link is down there. You could come up. If you want to holler at the boy, you can put it in the chat. I want to know from y'all perspective, why is the sentiment the way it is? Why are so many people complaining? Why aren't people transitioning? Why are people just stuck? Let me know. I'm starting a final mile contract with Exclusive Enterprises delivering appliances. Do you know anything about this company paying $5,000 a week? Never heard of them. It must be a regional company or something local that they might be have the contract with, and they subcontracting it to you. Exclusive Enterprises. Let's see. Exclusive Enterprises. Yeah, I don't even. Yeah, that sounds like, I'm gonna be honest with you, just based off the name, it sounds like an independent company that's probably got a contract with a 3PL and they subcontracting it. I'll be able to tell if you tell me paying $5,000 a week. If they telling you a flat $5,000 a week, that's your first sign that something ain't on the up and up. If they saying they paying you flat, or is it up to $5,000 a week? D says too many people enter and it's not enough meat for everyone. So you saying that's why people are complaining? That's why they saying it's trash? INGS Logistics said money management, just general knowledge of business. Kevin says, I believe they feel they seen so many others making money, but they aren't making it, and they don't tough it out. I think I can agree with all three of y'all. I think I agree with all three of y'all. Mark, I think people are failing because they don't understand the basic fundamentals of business, starting from naming the business to shopping for the insurance, buying a truck. Mark, all the basics. I definitely agree with that as well. I just wanted to see if we was on the same page. I just wanted to see if the people that subscribe to my channel, we all on the same page. And it looks like we are, based on the people who are engaging in the chat, as far as responding to the question that I asked. So I just wanted to make sure that we was on the same page. I just wanted to make sure, you know what I'm saying? I think there's plenty of opportunity out there. I think it's the same thing over and over and over again. You know, you got into a business, you got a truck. There's a lot of people out here that don't got a truck. This young man renting trucks. If you own a truck, man, you gotta transition into what's making money. Ain't nothing gonna be easy, man. The easy days is over, man. Anybody that's telling you it's easy, you need to run. That's who you need to run away from. Ain't nothing easy. And the people that saying they making money, the people that are really making money, they're working. Trust and believe. Not the people that saying they making money and they ain't working. The people that are really making money, trust me, they working their ass off. And there's a lot of people out here doing things behind the scenes that they ain't telling you they doing. And that's a fact. That's a fact. So, you know, it is what it is. Mark, I'm going through the learning curve right now, Mark, but I believe I'll continue to pull through and hopefully buy a cargo van. Yeah. If you haven't bought a van yet, just keep doing what you're doing. I believe what you're doing is on the gig-based side, using your personal vehicle. And that's similar to how I started with my pickup truck back in the day. You can utilize your personal vehicle to learn the industry simultaneously while making the money to invest into a cargo van, you know, and then, you know, it's up from there. But you're going to have to put in the work. That's all it is. I think some think of it only from a best case scenario. They don't account for the potential hard times. It's not going to be just good time. Listen, and what I want to tell people is that are struggling, you need to embrace the struggle. You need to embrace it. You need to feel it. You need to smell it. You need to touch it. You need to taste it. The struggle is going to mold you and it's going to shape you into a beast. If you don't go through the struggle, how are you going to know how to maneuver later on when the cycle repeats itself again? Trust me, if I didn't go through the struggle, I wouldn't be able to sit up here and tell people how to maneuver out of this shit that they going to when they come to me. You wouldn't see the success stories from people that have listened to me and they've come back and given a testimonial, not from the show testimonial, but in the chat. And for some of the screenshots that I sent you or showed to you guys. It all comes from experience. It all comes from taking those L's. I went through the shit and I'm telling you, so you don't have to. All you got to do is listen. Embrace the struggle. Embrace it. Embrace it. Don't whine, don't cry, don't pout, embrace it. Yo,
Hey, what's going on, Mark?
how you feeling, man?
Living the dream, bro. Living the dream. Can't complain.
Glad to hear, man.
I want to pop on for two things. One, to give you your flowers.
I appreciate that.
Hold on a second. I'm pausing the live stream.
Yep.
So thumbtack has proven to be very. It's been a moneymaker for me. I signed on. I want to say 3 weeks ago, and I probably cleared 2,500 already on
Good.
probably 6 or 7 jobs. So I was the one that told you before, I think on one of your live streams, I started with a car, actually the car that I'm in right now.
Okay.
I was doing a courier route. I kind of learned the game in that, got a contract with a computer component, like rush delivery service. They did deliveries for Dell, EMC, IBM. That was paying well for a little bit. Graduated, bought the van. I bought a used van because of you, which a used box truck. Bought one of those, paid it out cash, didn't finance, didn't do anything like that. And then kind of moved on to the van route. So I want to thank you, because if it wasn't for you, I would have never kind of dibbled and dabbled the way that I did. I wouldn't have started with the car and then graduated to the van, and then so on and so forth. So thank you for that. I appreciate that.
It's all good. Appreciate you.
T-Force hit me up. They have a route. Here's my issue. New York City just put out new congestion pricing, right? So anything going below, I believe, 60th is subject to a $24 toll a day.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Right. So T-Force is guaranteeing $250 a packet, or $250 a piece at 100 to 150 pieces, which isn't bad. Problem is that congestion toll, right? And then the possibility of no parking and parking tickets in the city. The city's infamous for that. So I don't know if I should. What I came to jump on is, I don't know if I should take it, kind of bite the bullet for a little bit, run that route, and then kind of graduate into something and kind of bully my way into something else that's a little bit better, as a better area, or should I just let that go and try to wait for something else?
Well, you haven't got in yet, so you don't know if the route that you're going to be given is going to go in the direction where you're going to have to pay that toll, right?
Yeah, no, I haven't.
Okay. So, you got a van. You got, what type of van? You got Transit or Sprinter?
No, I got a Chevy Express.
You got a Chevy Express, 15 or 2500?
25.
Extended length?
Extended.
Okay. I would definitely take it. You're in the logistics, trucking, cargo van, so you like a FedEx guy or a UPS guy. You got to bully these streets out here. You got to bully them. Tickets are something that do come along with it. It's just a part of the game. All right. But, for the most part, T-Force with Office Depot, the residential stops, which are going to be few, right? Because most people that order from Office Depot is going to be schools, hospitals, courts, places like that. you have to learn how to finesse it. You go into a school, it's not your job to go to the storage room. You drop that at the office. You just need a signature. It's their job to figure out how to move that around. You got to get in and you got to get out. Residentials, it's curb. You just drop it on the front porch if it's a package. You know what I'm saying? So
Gotcha.
certain situations, you're going to have to learn how to finesse getting in and getting out, getting that signature so you can get back to your van so that you don't get a ticket. Or if you double parking, you know what I'm saying, and cars going around you. So that's not something that I would shy away from because that's just part of the business anyway. So I would definitely take it, $2.50 a piece, and they guarantee you up to 150 pieces. You in New York City, that's damn near $375, damn near $400 a day.
Yeah,
And
so I'm out of Jersey, so I would pay when I calculated everything with the business expenses. So we're paying me fuel, all the business expenses. I got the insurance on there, and then the weekly, like what the toll would be, because it would be Monday through Friday. So I'm still at 85 cents a mile.
Okay.
I don't know what the density looks like as far as
go off a percentage. Go off a percentage for final mile. Go off a percentage because you're local. So you want to look at what you're bringing in a day and what is costing you a day to run, and then you want to set your margin like that. So let's say if you add your toll and your fuel, your van is paid off already, right?
Yeah.
So if you calculate your cost of your insurance daily, your tolls, your fuel, minus from whatever you're grossing from that day.
I'm averaging 180, so that's what I need to do to cover the business expenses as well as what I pay myself.
It's cost you 180 to operate in that van.
Mm-hmm.
You just factored that in if you were to take this contract, right, at a $2.50 a piece, right? Or you talking about right now, currently, with what you're doing?
Right now, currently, yeah. Right now, currently.
And what are you doing right now, currently, with the van?
So right now, I'm doing that computer component. I'm doing a lot of on-demand gigs right now because I didn't have a contract with the van. I had a courier route with the car.
Okay. So what mileage range did they give you for T-Force if you to accept it? What's the mileage?
That we haven't spoke about yet.
All right, so you need to see what. I'm pretty sure it's going to be really dense. It's New York, so you just need to figure out how far you're driving because it may be tight and it may not be far from wherever the facility is, and the route may be tight, So if it's a tight route, which I'm pretty sure it is, hopefully it's not far from where the logistics company is. I don't see your cost being $180 a day with Office Depot. And you're running the route. I see your cost with fuel in a van. You can throw your toll in there. Your insurance should be somewhere around $100.
Okay.
Where's the T-Force from where you live at?
So the T-Force is probably about 10-15 minutes from where the van is parked.
Okay, so 10-15 minutes from where the van is parked. And depending on where your route is going to be daily, is going to, really factor into, how much you shouldn't be spending no more than $100. It's not your route gonna be tight. Trust me. I know. I ran the contract, and I'm in Chicago. You in New York. 9 million people. So your route ain't gonna be spread out. Your route gonna be tight. It's gonna be tight. So if you factor in your daily costs, your insurance, your fuel, and your tolls, your van is paid off. Man, it shouldn't cost you $100 a day to run that contract. $100 at the max. And I don't think it should cost you that much. You know what I'm saying? So I think I would definitely take it. And then from there, now you got something dedicated, and then you got the rest of the day to run those other gig apps. So yeah, I would take it, man. I wouldn't turn it down.
Perfect. Thank you, bro. I appreciate that.
And they got once you get in there too, T-Force, they got other stuff going on. So they got e-commerce routes. You know what I'm saying? Like StockX and all that stuff. T-Force is big, so there's other opportunities. And they got on-demand opportunities as in there as well. So there's a plethora of opportunities once you get in T-Force. So I would also take it just to get in there and see what else they have to offer. Granger. You see what I'm saying? So when you finish Office Depot route, you may be able to pull some other stuff from out of there for the rest of the day.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
Perfect. Good looks, bro. I appreciate that.
You got anything else for me?
Nah, that is it. Thank you, man.
All right, man. Good luck out there.
All right, bro. Thank you, bro.
Yep. No problem. Let's see. I was looking up a review on Box Trip and I came upon this live, so I'm listening, just wondering if it's a good option and where to start. I was looking up a review on the Box Trip and I came across this live, so I'm listening, just wondering if it's a good option. Are you asking if starting a business a good option? I think if you're willing to put in the work and you fully understand what you're getting into before you invest into it, I think it would be a good option. So that all depends on you. Fully understand what you're getting into before you get into it. Make sure you do your research and come up with a good business plan. What's this? That's a bitch. Let me see. Let me get back to answering those questions. I meet with T-Force tomorrow and working things out with settlements to make sure I make $340 a piece. Oh, that's right. We had a conversation the other day. So you contacted them and they got you set up for a meeting tomorrow. All right, bet. Let me know how that goes. Interstate Screw say you're looking for a final mile contract right now. It should be opportunity up there in Detroit. Should be some opportunities up there in Detroit. Kevin, you already in T-Force, that's right. So D said if you make it now, you can make it in any market. Let's see. Let me get back to Lou. It's a 5-day work week. They said I can earn up to $5,000 a week delivering to newly built homes and apartments. Well, go through the process and let me know. And then give me more information and I'll be able to decipher if it's bogus or not. Oh, Angel says it's a bogus company. Yeah, that's what I was thinking because I've never heard of it. It sounds like either a bogus company or it sounds like an independent owner-operator who has the contract that's looking to subcontract it out. And if that's the case, you're definitely not going to make up to $5,000 a week. I think some think that it's only from the best case scenario. They don't account for the potential hard times. It's not okay. I read that one. Let me see. Ruben said, got to have a little change for the rainy day. Definitely need to have some type of working capital. And that's kind of goes back to what he was saying. And a lot of people that you guys see come up or come into the chat, they always say the same thing, man. They had one plan that they were going to go, which was jumping straight in with a box truck. And listen to me, humble beginnings, start from humble beginnings, start in your car, start with a cargo van and work your way up. I'm telling you, if you start from humble beginnings, it always works out better. It always works out better. Me personally, I don't know what it's like to just jump straight in a 26-foot box truck. I didn't start that way. I started from humble beginnings and I worked my way up. When you start from humble beginnings and you work your way up, you see the success rate is higher. Have y'all noticed that? Have y'all noticed that everybody that says, man, I listened to you and I started humbly, from humble beginnings, I started with what I had and I worked my way up. You see how those people are just happy and smiling and the success stories? That's what it's about. That's what it's about. You know, jumping into a 26-foot box truck. And the reason why I've been promoting this and why I kind of shifted my concentration is because it didn't take long for me to see where the problem was at. The 26-foot box truck is too costly and it's too advanced for a lot of new business owners. And that's just the truth. That's the answer. That's the most professional answer I can give you. For most people that are coming into this space, whether they came in during the pandemic or whether they're coming in now, and they have their eyes set on a 26-foot box truck and it's a new business owner, what have I showcased and displayed time and time again? It's the lack of business. So if you lack business, if you lack experience in business, you're getting into something that's very advanced. It's imperative that you start at the bottom. That's the answer. A lot of people just don't understand business. And it takes time, especially if you're learning it on your own. You definitely don't need to start up here. Now, other people will tell you, and I see them all the time, man, just get in. You'll never know unless you try. Just give it a shot. And, when there's a will, there's a way. But at the end of the day, it's your money that you're spending. People can tell you all this, that, and the third, but it ain't their money. It's your money. Because you can go listen to people that say, oh, give it. If you'll never know unless you try. And that's true. But we see more people trying and not succeeding than people that are trying and succeeding. And it doesn't mean that you can't get to that point. What I'm trying to say is if you're coming in and you lack knowledge of business, it's best to start from the bottom. You don't start Super Mario Brothers from level 8. You started from level 1. And each level you go up, it gets harder and harder and harder. And then level 8, you got to fight King Koopa. King Koopa is harder. It's harder to beat him than the boss in level 1. But the first time you get that game and you take the plastic off and you put it in and you playing, you got to learn how to play the game. All right, A is jump, B is kick, C is throw a fireball. If you started playing Super Mario Brothers, you never played the game and you jump to level 8, you're not going to beat King Koopa. You're just not. You don't even know how to play the game. You don't understand the game. You don't understand the fundamentals of the game. You don't understand the storyline of the game. Why am I fighting King Koopa? What's the purpose of this? Now, we need to go back to level 1. We need to learn how to kick, punch, throw fireballs. We need to know how to jump on these little green things. Damn, I pushed down and I went in a tunnel. I didn't know I could go in a tunnel. So when you start from humble beginnings, you're learning as you go. It's not costing you much. That learning curve isn't as expensive. And this is why you see the people that consistently come up and say, man, I'm glad I listened to you. And that's the answer. A lot of the people that have started, that are struggling, they just don't understand business. They don't know how to pay themselves. They don't understand cash flow. You tell them cash flow, they say, what's that? How to finesse insurance. A lot of people, when you tell them go see a broker, they think they got to pay the broker. They hear broker because they're paralleling an insurance broker to a freight broker. So that negative stigma that's on a freight broker, just hearing the word broker is like a trigger signal. It's like a trigger. Broker, though, because they're paralleling that off the stigma of a freight broker. No, you need a broker. A broker going to set you up, especially if you got a good broker. Broker going to put you in position to win. All this, a person who doesn't have experience coming in, don't know none of this. That's why I think it's important, and that's why I've been preaching it. Humble beginnings. I don't care how much money you got. I don't care if you got $100,000 to play with to start. That 100,000 gonna go quick. Because the more money you got to play with, the more money you're gonna spend, because you're gonna think, okay, if I put more money, if I do this, the money gonna come. No, it ain't working like that. It ain't gonna work like that. If you don't know what the hell you're doing, you just spending more money, still not knowing what the hell you're doing. And that's a fact. So that's a fact. Baby Black said your analogy be on point. Appreciate it. I just came up with that one, that Super Mario. I just came up with that one off the fly. A lot of the other ones that I be having, I do be thinking about him. But that one right there, I just thought about that one off the fly now. NFL Blitz was amazing. If you want to play a high level, play NBA Jam. So Mark, big bro, when I calculate cost per mile, do I factor in? Oh, no, you joking. You joking. See what I'm saying? You know, I had somebody want to argue me down about that. None of these apps want to answer here in Miami. Just signed up with local company here. Hey Jimmy, man, where you been at? You hit me in the DM. I don't answer nobody that calls me. I answered for you that day because I just felt like some guy just led me to answer that Instagram call. And you told me you was in a fickle. And when I hit you back to see how it was going, you never responded. Hit the link, man. This is gonna be the last call I'm gonna take. Jimmy was in a fickle. And I want to see how that turned out for you. Just signed up with local company here in Miami, Florida, $350 daily guarantee, delivery stuff at post office. Now I need if you still in that 26-foot box truck, $350 a day, I don't know. That's kind of short. That's kind of short paper. Depending on what you're doing, how far you going, that's kind of short paper. You need to tell me what the scope of that is. Now I need a app so I can make 500. Listen, $350 in a 26-foot box truck, you gotta let me know what you're talking. If that ain't 1 or 2 stops, then it may not be worth it. Straight up. Hey Mark, what a logistics company accept a TWIC card? Any logistics company is going to be sending you into a situation where it's required, which is most of the time, most likely none. I've never been in a situation for a delivery where we delivered to like a military base for final mile. So if it's a logistics company that deliver those type of places, then those would be the ones that would require that. I've never been in that situation. How has Kirk been? Kirk been cooling. He been cooling. He's just running right now. Let's see, Jonathan. You appreciate the process. I busted my behind 17 hours a day, but we gross $8K a month in the car. Now we are trying to add another $3K with the van and next put a driver in the Chevy and move to a Sprinter. That's what's up. You got a plan. You got a plan. You got a plan. How's it going, Mark? Do you have a T-Force Connect in California for cargo van? Yeah, just DM me. I'll send you my Connect. Matter of fact, I actually got her up in the go to the community section on my YouTube. Go to the community section, scroll down, scroll back a few months, and you'll see it in there. Just tell her I sent you. All right. Hey Jimmy, hit that link. Hit that link. I gotta see what's going on with you because you was in a. I don't want to say what happened to you, man. I ain't gonna put your business out in the street, but I'm curious to know what happened. How did that turn out? Oh, Big Zoe in the building. Big Zoe, where you been at, man? Where you been at? I just bought a 26-foot box truck. What do you recommend me do next? You got your authority. You got your insurance. Once you get all your paperwork in order, your authority and insurance, then you need to start applying for work. What are you looking to do with it? You looking to go over the road? You looking to do Amazon? You looking to do final mile? Big Zoe said everything different now. Hey man, Big Zoe did a testimonial with me, and Big Zoe put his head down and turned everything around, and we ain't heard from him since. Hey, Big Zoe got a 3-hour hard coaching session from the kid, and it's only been up from there. Hey Jimmy, I just got the call in, but you hung up. Hit me back. Hit me back. And that's what we doing, man. We just trying to help people, man, and help people get on the right path to success, man. You know, help people get on the right path to success, man. You know, I get a lot of flack, man, from people. People don't like that I be doing this, man, helping people out, giving all this free information, you know. But you know, that's this my way of giving back. You know, this my way of giving back. All right, man. Let's see what's up with Jimmy, man. Jimmy, what up?
What's up, man? What's up, man? What's up, Mark?
So what up? So this is Jimmy. Jimmy called me on Instagram. I don't answer no Instagram calls. God said answer the phone for some reason. So I answered the phone for Jimmy.
Woo!
Jimmy ran from Florida to Texas. Was it 1,200 miles?
Yeah, but so yeah.
For $1,000.
Yeah, Florida sucks, man. Florida, yep. About $1,000.
So you ran for less than $1 a mile.
Yeah, it was 14, yeah, about 1,400.
And you dead headed back.
Nah, I did the whole circle. I went from Miami to Cali, to Texas to Cali, and then did the whole circle. Went to New York, then come back down to Florida.
Did you profit or did you? Well, you lost on the trip.
Yeah, pretty much. Because at one point. At one point, there was a story that happened to me on the road, guys. Yeah, I gotta do some fucked up shit on the road. I bet you that. It was my first trip, and then what happened is it was one morning pre-trip, and then what happened was in my pre-trip check. While I was on the phone, I had the headset. I was talking to my friend. Actually, I'm checking the oil, looking to make sure if there's liquid in the thing, and then I end up putting oil in the the cooling, and I have a load in the truck, which I had to give in the morning, right? So guess what? But thanks God the truck wasn't start when that happened, because I got distracted for just my second, and I just realized I'm putting oil and the coolant. So I had to flush that out. Wasted a little bit of time on that. So, shit happens. But right now, I was, by keep watching, I didn't really, I've been doing everything. I didn't get back at you, but I've been listening. I'm trying to, focus on that live you had the last time when you said focus on getting yourself a dedicated mile. Then after that, you could try to add up those little app, just to get to what you want to level up. So I finally got that dedicated route here, and it's like a 35 minutes away from my home.
Okay.
So today actually was my third day. So they pay 350 flat. But it could varies. It depends what load they give you. You got a lot of stuff that you got to deliver in post office. So once you get to the warehouse, you're gonna get that 350. You could get more if they end up giving you like different pallet. There's pallet that are worth 100, but you don't get these only on Mondays. So that can add up to your money. So let's say you got 10 pallet, but you have 2 of these pallet that cost 100. So that's gonna add up on your money. But for sure, you get that 350 once you go to that warehouse. So so right now I've been doing what you said to like get these apps. I try to download all of them. I don't know, for some reason they tell me I gotta be on the list for all of them. So I don't know. Miami is probably really sucks on that point. I can't get signed up on none of these apps.
Well, that's the thing, and that's why I've been telling people for a year: sign up for the apps, even if you don't need them now, because they're gonna close them off and put you on a waiting list. Because that's the direction people are going, because they need those apps to supplement their income. Everybody looking for opportunities now to make it. That's why when I say when I say something, don't put it off, just do it. But it's
Yeah,
all
yeah,
good.
yeah.
You on the waiting list now. So now you running a 26 footer, right?
Yes, 26 footer.
All right. So 350 minimum.
350 minimum.
How many stops are you doing on average?
Today I did 7 stop.
And what did that 7-stop route pay?
So it pays 350.
And how long did it take you to do that route?
So I get to the warehouse at 6. I was done by 1:30, and I was done.
Yeah, man, that's not enough, bro. How far out did you have to go? How many miles is that route?
Well, from my house to the warehouse is 25 minutes. So
Okay.
so the good thing about today was it was around my area where I live. So it was not that far for me to go back home, but like 15 minutes to get back home.
How
So
much money
he
did you
pretty much gave me a route where I live. Because day before he got me very up there, like I was an hour away from home.
So
I
that
tell
makes
him
it
try
not
to
worth
get
it.
me close to home.
That makes it not worth it because you're running a 26-foot box truck. You're out 7-8 hours. You're an hour away. You driving to the facility. Then you may have to drive an hour from the facility to where the route starts. You do 7 stops, and then you got to drive an hour back in a 26-foot box truck. That's about $100 worth of fuel right there.
Well, when I calculated, well, it's caught me $60 a day on fuel.
$60 a day on fuel.
Mm-hmm.
Your truck, you bought your truck outright, or you got a note on it?
Nah, truck is done paying. It's
And
the
what?
insurance. I'm paying $1,400 on the insurance.
So you probably taking maybe around 200, a little less than 200. I think I mean, if that's something that you need to just take right now, just to keep yourself going and to bring something in, so be it. But I think you need to keep looking. I don't think that's enough revenue. All right. So what you got to look at is the reward worth the risk. Those wheels are turning. You're running. All right.
Yeah.
So each time you run your truck, you killing your truck. Look at it like that. Is it worth for me to go out and kill my truck for this? At the end of the week, if something very minor happens, am I going to pull in enough money to get whatever the most minor maintenance blunder that could happen fixed? $350 a day. It's a 5-day-a-week contract.
Yeah, 5 days.
You need to look. I mean, if you got to take it now, but I don't think that's enough revenue for a 26-foot box truck. I think there's more risk. There's more risk than reward in that situation. So that's something that I would be looking to get out of sooner than later.
Miami is tough. Well, I don't know if the first time this guy here, Miami is really tough when it comes to that. But I'm still looking, I'm still searching, I'm still watching. And then the other, y'all guys mentioned it. The other company that pays a little bit more here is the RX Logistic. Y'all guys mentioned they pay about $600 flat, but that's
all right. So
yeah, that's
tough work. That's hard. Hey, listen.
Yeah.
Hey. Why you buy a box truck? You look like a big. Hey, look at your arms. You got some big arms. Hey man, don't tell me about no tough work.
Not big enough.
Man, hey man, listen here. You bought a box truck to make money, right?
For sure.
You Haitian?
Definitely.
Go get one of your Haitians. Sapase. Is that the term? Sapase? Is that what y'all say? Yeah. Or is that somebody else? Go find you another one of your Zoe buddies. Go get you one of the Zoes. Go get you a final mile contract and go get that money. You look like a fairly young guy. You don't look like a puny guy. And even if you was a puny guy, I would still tell you to go do the same thing. All right, $350 ain't gonna cut it in a 26-foot box truck for a route. That's cargo van rate. Gotcha. You got to go find you something. Go get you a final mile. It ain't no tough work. You bought a truck to make money.
Definitely.
You tried OTR. You ran from Florida to Texas for 1,400 miles for $1,000. So clearly that's not working for you.
No, it's not.
You running local in a 26-footer for $350. That's not cutting it. Go get you a final mount. Go get you one of your Zoes, and go do final mount, bro. I'm telling you, go do final mount. Florida is a tough market. It is a tough market, but I'm pretty sure there's a final mount opportunity down there. And you got the weather going against you too. It's hot, but man, you gotta do what you gotta do, bro. You need to turn that 350 into 750 or 850 a day, gross. Yeah. So that hard. How old are you?
39.
Oh well, you kind of. Oh, you all right, man. You all right.
I'm young, man. It's just a number.
Yeah, just go get you one of the partners, one of the homies.
Yeah.
And and get to it, man. It ain't that hard. If you want to start with.
I'm trying to apply with them. I mean, I'm gonna try. I'm trying to apply with them. They say the process is online, so see what they say.
Yeah, try first go to T-Force. Try T-Force and see if they got any opportunities down there on a one-man side for Home Depot. And then after that,
T-Force about the same. It's about the same price because today I asked the guy because I do a lot of networking because this thing is networking. Talk to the other guy with the box truck and stuff. He's making about the same, about 300.
Who's making the same? At the company that you working with now?
No. This other cat I met on while I was on the road today. He's with T-Force.
He was in a 26-foot box truck.
Pretty much.
Is that what he's making gross, or that's what he's probably making that net? He's probably making that net. Gross or net? That's what I'm asking you. Or you didn't ask him?
I didn't ask him.
Yeah, I don't think he's making 350 gross running T-Force in a 26-foot box truck. That's probably what he's taking home. So I'm looking at Miami, Florida right here, Riverstone. They got an appliance delivery contract. It's opportunity out there. Like, hold on. What that say? 175 to 250. That's a $250,000. White glove delivery. Riverstone is a big regional 3PL in the Southeast region. So I know this is for Lowe's, because they got Lowe's down in that market.
Okay.
So you want to make $350 a day, or you want to make around $1,000 a day?
About $1,000 a day.
All right. So you want to do the tough work, or you want to do the easy work? Here go another one. Ford Final Mile. $3,500 a week. Now it's not as much as what Riverstone paying. I don't know what contract this is. Ford Final Mile is probably some mattress stuff. Yeah. So. Yep. So you got two companies out there that's looking to hire. You got one that's paying up to $3,500 a week. You got another one that's paying about $800 to $1,000 a day.
Okay.
That Lowe's contract, that's going to be appliances. It's going to be tough work. But it's just like I said, you got a truck. Do you want to make money? Do you want to save your business? Or what do you want to do? That's up to you, bro. I pointed you in the right direction, so the rest is up to you.
All right. We'll keep looking.
I just pointed you. You ain't got to look. I just told you where the money
right
at. I just told you. Go apply. You need to go apply with them tomorrow or right now. You need to go.
Yeah, definitely.
And apply.
I'm on it.
Yeah. You got somebody. You got some Zoes down there that you can help that can help you.
Yeah. Well, you see, like you mentioned, there's especially the ones that's coming right now. The what you call it? They call them Biden. Yeah.
The migrants.
Yeah, they're migrants.
They coming from Haiti too?
Yeah, the one that coming from Haiti, they just, they don't have
Yeah,
the little
well,
bit paper. Yeah, they won't work. Word is more. I'm just gonna start looking for them. Once I
yeah,
find a helper, you
go,
know,
but you gotta get you a migrant that got the work permit. So
yeah,
find you
social.
one that got the work permit. Yeah, a work
Yeah.
permit, at least a work permit, so you can put them on paper, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then from you so that you can be straight and go get that money. Find you a good one and go get that money. Apply for
Definitely.
this. Apply for this, and while you applying for this, while you waiting on them to get back to you, start finding you one of your Zoe buddies down there. You know what I'm saying? That's got papers.
Definitely.
And then once you get those two, then come back to me, and then I'm gonna tell you how to navigate from there. Because there's gonna be some equipment, some things you're gonna have to get, some things I'm gonna have to tell you. Because this is a different ball game. It's a lot of claims. This ain't on top of the fact that it's hard work. It's also risky work. You dealing with the goods, and you dealing with people's property. So
Got you.
you're gonna need some direction. So start from there,
Okay.
and when you get those two things in order, come back and holler at me.
All right. Definitely. I will.
All right. Appreciate you.
Thank you, man.
Be safe out there.
And I share your page, man. There's a few cat that was to get in the game. I shared it.
Yeah.
I sent them to sign up.
Okay. Yeah. I'll look out for him.
All right.
All right, man. Be safe. Let me see. Jimmy just got his paper. Nah, Jimmy, he in that like swimmer already. Roger, what's up, Cincinnati? Got to watch the replay. Yeah, watch the replay. This was a good one. Chris says there's Bob Furniture contract out here. Hey, Mark, I'm in the area. They're paying $3,700 a week. 2 people in 26 with box trucks, 6 days. Is it worth it, Mark? Where are you at? What market are you in? Are you in Chicago? If you in Chicago, $3,700 a week for 6 days. For me, it's kind of low. That's about a little over $600 a day. If you on the new, and depending on what your costs are, if you're on the truck and you got a helper, depending on what your costs are, and you just want to get your feet wet, then I say go for it. It's kind of low for me. I think for final amount, I don't think you should be doing anything for less than $750 a day. So a little over $600 a day is kind of low. But if you want to take it just to get your feet wet, and then maybe after a couple months of running that, you feel confident, you feel like you learn how to maneuver things in different places, and then you want to go look at something that may be a little bit more challenging, that pays a little bit more, then go for it. I wouldn't necessarily just turn it away. You in Las Vegas? Depending on what it's costing you to operate, I mean, you can go for it. If you're new and you just need the experience, try it. Try it. I would definitely try that before I jump into appliances. I think appliances are tougher, especially for someone that's new. So the liability and the cost of the learning curve, I think, is going to be a lot cheaper, because even if you damage, let's say, a dresser is going to be a lot cheaper than a Samsung refrigerator or an LG refrigerator. So I would maybe try it and kind of use it as a opportunity to learn the final mile side. There's a lot to learn on this side of logistics. Have I heard of the driver's lens app? Nope, never heard of them. Lou Jackson said, I bet bro had that same beard when he was 14. I asked him. I didn't read it when I was up there. I saw that he got arrested. I didn't. Let me see. me see. Good point about the apps. Let me see. Make sure I got everybody. I've been on for a while. DC, what up? Good help hard to find. Is there final mile for one person without a helper? Yeah, Curbside. Talk about it all the time. There was plenty opportunity in Curbside when I first started putting people on it last year, but once those rates started to drop, a lot of people started to flock to it. Now you can't find a Curbside final mile opportunity to save your life. But the Curbside is going to start to pick back up in around February, March, once we get into the spring season, because you're going to get all that seasonal stuff in. So once all that seasonal stuff starts to come in, all those patio sets, those gazebos, all that extra topsoil, sod, dirt, all that outside, all those outside skews. Once all that stuff starts to come in, that's when you're going to start seeing T-Force is going to be back hiring again. R&L and some of these other companies are going to be hiring more curbside people. Now here's the thing. You want to get in early. You want to get in on the beginning side of that. All right. The reason why is once we get out of the spring season, you'll have some tenure. And then as people fall off throughout the spring and throughout the summer, that's going to allow you to work your way up on the seniority list. Right. So when September, October comes around and they have to start laying people off for Home Depot, because now you're taking all that seasonal freight out of the equation, and it's just stuff that people typically buy online from within the store, toilets, hoses, lumber, whatever they sell in the store. They're going to keep the people that are higher up on the seniority list. All right. So that's why it's imperative that you get in early. You get in early, you do a good job, so that way you can move up the seniority list. So when they do cutbacks in the fall, you'll be safe. All right. So February is when you probably want to start looking. I would start looking as early as January. I'll be stalking Indeed every single day, starting in somewhere near the middle of January. As soon as those ads start going up, then you want to start applying. You want to get in there, make contact with my contact. Make contact. Hey, I know, Mark told me to give you a call. Boom. Well, we don't got no opportunities. Well, all right. Well, my name is so-and-so. Keep me in mind. Do you mind if I try you again in 30, 35, 40 days? Pay attention. When you see something pop up on the board, get a contact, a call. Look, I'm interested in this opportunity. Can we get the onboarding process started? What do I need to send you? Get in there. All right. Don't wait to the last minute. Do not wait to the last minute. Yo, Mark, I got 3 dedicated contract leads in the works now. Thanks for all the info. It's all good, man. Congratulations. What's curbside? Curbside delivery is curbside final mile. You're just dropping the stuff off at the curb, the front steps, the front porch, and the garage. You're not going into the home. You're not lifting anything. Most of the stuff is on a pallet. It's palletized. You're just using your pallet jack, your lift gate. There may be some stops on there where it may be stuff that's not on a pallet. You may have to deliver like a hose or maybe like a gasket or something like that. Something simple that's going to be in a package. You just leave it on the porch. So you're not lifting anything heavy. You're not going into a residence. You're not going into the home. You can put something in a person's garage, if you're nice, because it's on a pallet anyway, and using your pallet jack. And that's it. It's curbside final mile delivery. And it differs from big and bulky final mile, because big and bulky, you're going into the home, whether it's a threshold delivery, threshold room of choice, or a white glove where you're fully going in room of choice. You're removing the packaging from the item, from whatever the good is, removing the packaging, taking that back out to the truck. And if it requires some basic assembly, putting the legs on, whatever, if it's a dresser, you might have to screw in the handles, whatever it is. It's a full white glove experience. So you're unpackaging, you're unwrapping, you're removing the trash, assembly, room of choice. Any companies you would recommend that make sure the company is in compliance with everything? Any companies that I would recommend to make sure which company is in compliance with everything? The 3PL? You talking about a reference check for the 3PL? Let me make sure I got everything. What are some curbside delivery services for box truck? So curbside, the best ones that I say you should apply for is T-Force, Home Depot. That's probably going to be the best paying with the least amount of work. All right. R&L Carriers. No, I'm sorry. T-Force is good. R&L Carriers is going to be the best paying. But it's hard to get into R&L Carriers. If you can get into R&L Carriers, you set. If you can get into R&L Carriers, you set. So R&L Carriers, T-Force, TQL has an opportunity with HD Supply, right? That I know somebody was running that, and that's pretty good. Actually, he was the first episode of Testimonials. So those three are the creme de la creme for curbside final mile. Those three. Now, there's some other ones that are on the lower paying side. US Pack is one of them. You know what? Capstone has curbside opportunities available for 26-foot box truck that actually do play pretty well. So if Capstone is in your market, you want to check to see if they have an opportunity for a 26-foot box truck curbside opportunity as well. And then you got US Pack. US Pack is on the lower pay scale, but they do have opportunities as well for curbside final mile for a 26-foot box truck. What happened to the Wiseman? I ain't been on here since the last one. Man, Kirk left. Kirk left. Y'all pissed him off. Do R&L, T-Force, FedEx, Freight, XPO take 16-foot box trucks, or do those companies only work with 26-foot box trucks? So T-Force works with 16-foot box trucks. Capstone works with 16-foot box trucks. And AIT works with 16-foot box trucks. Those are the three best ones that have opportunities for 16-foot box trucks that pay decent. T-Force, Capstone, and AIT worldwide. Does FedEx have opportunities for cargo vans? Yeah, if you buy a route. If you buy a route. So, but not as what you're thinking as far as an independent contractor. Well, you would be an independent contractor, but you would buy a route from a previous owner, and with the route you buy would come with the fleet of vans that they have, and you would operate like that. If you're talking about from a perspective where you apply and you come in as an independent contractor with your one van and you just run a route with your one van, no, they don't operate like that. They don't operate like that, Nino. You got to buy a full route. So to put you in mind, it's sort of kind of like Amazon kind of mirrored their DSP division like FedEx. So Amazon owns all the vans. They have a fleet management company, Element, that manages the vans, and then a business owner would come in and buy a route. You would lease the vans from the company. The fleet management company is Element. They would manage the vehicles for you. Amazon is charging you a fee, and they're paying you to run the routes like that. So if I came in, I wanted to buy a DSP. If I didn't apply for one, I could buy a DSP route that's already up and operational. Same thing with FedEx. You can buy a FedEx ground route that's already up and operational. So you would utilize those FedEx vans that are already, that particular business contractor owns, and then you would run it like that. You just coming in with your own van and say, oh, okay, we're going to onboard you. All right, here's your stops. Be here at 6 a.m. in the morning. No, it don't work like that. How does that work buying a route? The cheapest route I seen for a FedEx was like $500,000 or $700,000. Mostly they go for around $1 million. So that all depends on market, how big that particular contractor is, how many routes he runs, how many vehicles he owns, the market, the piece count for that particular market or zone that he runs. So those routes usually go for around $1 million range. I've seen them more, I've seen some less, depending on the market. Do FedEx ground contractors contract out to new owner operators? No. Kelvin, I appreciate you for tuning in. Yeah, Zupchuck is the guy to go to. I think his father owned a FedEx route or something to that nature. Darren said FedEx about 50K. No, way more than that. Way more than that. You show me where I could buy a FedEx route for $50,000. You show me where I can buy a FedEx route for 50 grand. If it's a FedEx route out there for 50 grand, it must be in a desolate market. Let's put it in perspective before I get out of here. Let's put it into perspective before we get out of here. All right, let me see. Putting y'all on some game right now. Can't be giving y'all all the sauce. All right, here go one right here for $586,000. Here go one right here for $2.3 million. Let me share my screen, man. Let me share my screen. Ooh, wrong one. So here go one right here for $2.3 million. What's the EBITDA on this? Let's see what the EBITDA is. $500,000 for the EBITDA. You see what the cash flow is for this? Remember we talk about cash flow? Now look, $2.3 million. Average gross revenue 2.1. And they're working with $500,000 cash flow. You need cash flow. You need cash flow so your business can sustain. You can't even sell your business if you ain't got cash flow. You gotta know what your EBITDA is. You $2.3 million. And this for a suburban route. And they got $500,000 in cash flow. 2.1 million annual gross. Currently grossing 2.1 per year. Net $500,000 is owner of the business. So the owner of the business nets at $500,000. Somebody calculate that margin. Includes 6 runs, 5 dedicated solo runs, and 1 dedicated team run. 12 vehicles are also included. There are 12 employees, including a manager in place, that are willing to transfer with the business. Routes are purchased through the independent contractor and contracted through FedEx. Well-established routes with plenty of growth opportunity. So there's a route right there. Who's looking for a route? Who was looking for a FedEx route? Nino. There you go, one for a cool 2.3. A cool 2.3. Here go a cheap one for $586. We ain't gonna look at that one. Here go one for $2 million. Here go a 3-truck route. This is a line haul route, so this is a semi-truck route for $625. Here go one for $600. Here go a 2-truck line haul route for a damn near $1 million. Here go a 4-truck line haul route for $1.8 million. Yeah. Yeah, I think he got the picture. He said that's not bad. Okay. All right. Uh, what are you doing? Depends on what you're doing. What are you trying to do with your new authority? What lane are you looking to get into? What's your first choice of priority? Let's see. Let me see. Yep. Yeah. So yeah, to even I didn't really look. Let's see. Let's see. Which one were we looking at? It was for 1 point. Hold on. 2.3 million. So you gotta put a quarter million down. Pre-approved for SBA financing with an estimated $245,000 down. Owner will train. Most company rules require the buyer to form some type of entity. Must be an INC. Remember, I did my live stream about a month ago about the LLC. Remember that live stream I did a month ago about the LLC, and everybody was mad at me when I said a LLC ain't nothing but a glorified sole proprietorship. I know y'all remember. What this say? Owner will train. Most company routes will require the buyers to form some type of entity. Must be an INC. They don't even want to deal with an LLC. Remember I did a whole live stream about that 2 months ago? Because your favorite content creator told you, go form you an LLC? And y'all got mad at me? You can't even get into FedEx with the LLC. They don't want you because they look at it the same way I look at it and most business people look at it. And trucking, it ain't nothing but a glorified sole proprietorship in trucking. That's what it is anyway. But it's easier to pierce that corporate veil. So now FedEx is saying it. If you need help, visit the website. Seller is retiring. Good for the seller, man. Whoever I don't know who the seller is, but that's what it's about. You get in, you build, you make your money, you get out. You don't hold on to nothing. You sell. So yeah. So you're gonna need some assets, Nino. You're gonna need about $250,000 to put down. You're gonna need some assets. And you can buy you one for 2.3 million. So there you have it. Mark, earlier question, any connections at Capstone Logistics? There's a warehouse near where I live, but no one picks up to see if there are any routes available. So I don't have any connections with Capstone. So what you need to do is, if it's one near your house, you need to take a drive there. Make sure when you go there, you don't go empty-handed. Make sure you bring your portfolio. Get you a little leather binder. Make sure you take your articles of incorporation. Make sure you take your SS4 form. Make sure you take everything, your authority, everything you need, so that when you go there, if they grant you the opportunity to apply in person, you can apply and get it out the way while you're there. So make sure you take everything that you need with you. And I will go there in person. And that's that. No big deal. They ain't got to answer the phone. Just go in person. What's my thoughts on investment like that? I think if you have the assets, I think if you understand how to run that type of business, then good. Once you have a lawyer look at everything and make sure everything is on the up and up, to run this, you have to have experience. You have to have experience. So if you got the experience, of managing a team with that type of volume, FedEx ain't going nowhere. You figure the owner is netting $500,000 a year. He's grossing 2.3 and he's netting $500,000. So if you got what you need to purchase it and you feel like you can run something like that without running it into the ground, then why not? It's the second largest company in trucking company in the country. So you're gonna always have the volume depending on the route. The opportunity is there. The route has already been built and scaled up. So the heavy lifting been done for you. It is a lot of headache. That's a lot of headache. It's a lot of headache, man. So, but if you are in a position where you have the right management team, this particular route does come with a manager, you know, but he's a manager that this guy has molded and built. So, you know, I think if you have a lot of money and you can put people in place that know how to run the day-to-day operation, and you can just sit back and you have an asset portfolio where you're just making a shit ton of money and this is just something you're throwing into the fold, then so be it. This is not something that I would take on at this point in my life where I would be dealing with the day-to-day. This is not something I want a phone call from. This is something where I would have management in place to take those phone calls. I just want to see the money come in every month. You know, this is a headache. You talking about a lot of pieces a day. You talking about drivers. You talking about vehicles. You talking about FedEx. So imagine owning one of these routes. You're making money, but imagine owning one of these routes right now in December. So a lot of headache, you know. So, but you know, the more money you make, the more problems, the bigger the headache. So me personally, I would have to have a good management team in there that understands this business, that has experience in this business. I would pay them very handsomely because I wouldn't want no parts of any of the day-to-day operations, none whatsoever. I would have a manager that would act as me. That final top person to call, I would have a person to take those calls in the form of a manager. And then I would just want to make my money. But yeah, I think it's a good buy. I think it's a good buy. So like Zupchuck, he has experience because they own one, his father owned one. And if you do go to FedEx route, be prepared to not have a life, long days and having to depend on people with their high turnover rate. So that goes back to what I said. I know that already. See, I already know what this brings. That's why at this point, the younger me, I would deal with all the rigmarole that would come with it. It would be exhilarating. It would be thrilling to me. But at this point in my life, no, I would just have a high paid manager to handle that for me. So I would actually add another manager, and that would decrease my payroll, my net from $500,000 down to about $375,000, because I would just throw another manager in there and give them $125,000 a year. I'll take $375,000. That's fine. If I got to spend another $125,000 out of my $500,000 net to have a manager to remove me from, I don't even want a phone call, then skip it. Instead of me netting that $500,000, here, I'm gonna pay another $125,000, add another manager, I net $375,000. Because 9 times out of 10, if you have the capital, the credit, the asset portfolio to purchase a $2.3 million route, you got other shit, you got other things making money for you. So we just adding this to the pot. This is just an extra $375,000 that's added to however many more millions that I'm making. I never heard of that company. Must be a local or regional company, Glenn. he said, why not just buy a property and flip that to 2.3 million? It's not, to each his own, you know what I'm saying? I mean, you could buy a property for $500,000. That doesn't mean that you're going to be able to flip it for 2.3. You know what I'm saying? So, well, not $500,000, 2.3. You could buy a property for, let's say, the net of $500,000. That doesn't mean you're going to be able to flip it for 2.3. If this company is grossing or netting the owner $500,000 a year, in 2 years he's netting $1 million. In 3 he's net 1.5. In 4 he's netted 2 million. In 5 he's netted 2.5. I don't think you're going to be able to buy a property for $500,000 and sell it at a market value of 2.5 in 3 to 4 years. Because so transport business is amazing, but I think it goes back to, I don't know what part of the live you came in. I'm finna get out of here in a minute. I think when people come in, like, I don't know how long you've been in, but this is something that's very complex and very advanced. It's just like I said earlier, a lot of people that come into the box truck space, I think the main reason that a lot of people have struggled and struggling is just don't understand business. I think box trucking is advanced. I think people need to start humbly, from humble beginnings, from a lower tier entry point of logistics. So you talking about coming straight out the gate. Let's say you won the lottery, you won 10 million, and you go buy a $2.5 million FedEx contract. That's how I look at people that are jumping straight into the box truck with no prior experience in logistics or even no prior business experience. You go jump into a $2.3 million FedEx contract and you don't know what the hell you doing. It's going to get the same results. So it is amazing once you start from humble beginnings, right? And you work your way up. You learn as you go along. That learning curve is a lot cheaper starting from humble beginnings than starting from a higher level, a more advanced level, with no prior experience in the industry and no prior business experience. The learning curve costs. The learning curve costs. So it's not free. Why do I think, if you're talking about from a final mile perspective, they're not paying them less. I say this all the time. Final mile companies are paying what they was paying when I got in back in the day. They haven't paid, they're not paying less. They're just not paying more. The cost of living and everything else has went up around it. And they haven't raised the rates. So it seems like you're getting less because everything around it has went up. Now, as far as you talking about the middle mile, that's supply and demand. That's supply and demand. Volume is down. There's still an overabundance of capacity. So supply and demand is going to dictate the market, just like any other market. The stock market, the housing market, it's the same thing. If there's a particular stock and more people are buying it on this day, it's going to operate in the green. If more people are selling it on particular day, it's going to operate in the red. The cost is going to go down. The more people that spend, green, up. Less people spend or sell, down. Housing market, supply and demand. It's low supply right now. Inventory is low. Costs are high. Rates are high. That's why the supply is low. Because people ain't selling. Because if I bought 10 years ago, you think I'm going to get rid of a 3% to jump into an 8.5%? So people are sitting still. Less inventory drives up the cost. Doesn't matter what market you in, trucking market, housing market, stock market, crypto market, whatever market. The formula is simple. I don't, people want to argue it, but I still haven't seen a person show me how supply and demand doesn't affect the rates. I've been explaining this for over a year now. So that's why for that market, it's a market. The more competition, what does competition do? Competition drives down rates. You got to move in business. And you in a market that's flooded with moving business. You got people competing for those customers. If I decide to move, I'm going to go on Thumbtack or I'm going to Google, and a bunch of moving companies are going to come up. So every single moving company that comes up are all competing for my one move. I start calling them. I get a rate. Then I get another rate. Then I get a third rate. Now the third company I go get a rate from, I said, all right, I'm gonna put this down. I got a few more companies to call. Let me call you back. Wait, hold on. How many companies? Well, have you got any other quotes? Yeah, I got a few more quotes. Well, what did they charge you? Well, you're charging me $300 an hour for 3 men, but this other company said they'll charge me $250 for 3 men. But what company was that? All right, we can match them if you go with us right now. Matter of fact, we'll beat it. We'll match you, and we'll give you an extra 5% off if you go with us right now. So you done went from $300 to matching this company and giving me an additional 5% off if I go with you right now. Competition drives down rates. So the more competition, the lower the rates. Now, when you have more competition and low volume, rates go down even further. Supply and demand, simple. Simple. I own a staffing company. I have over 500 technicians on call. The work is more temp. This is every day. That's why I'm really attracted to it. Okay. I'm going to start one cargo van. I'm crawling before I walk, then run. I'm willing to learn. Yeah, that's what I would do. I would definitely start small, crawl, walk, then run. There's a lot to learn in this industry. And I think that caught a lot of people by storm within the past couple of years. This is an industry that it parallels what the economy is doing, depending on what particular lane you hop in. And I don't think a lot of people understood that. I think a lot of people still don't understand that. So it's best to start from humble beginnings. Like I say, where the learning curve is a lot less expensive. And then from there, you can work your way up. I still have yet to meet one person that has followed that blueprint that hasn't seen success. It's the people that come in with no knowledge, that start at the top, that have the hardest problem because they're trying to learn the industry. They're trying to learn business in general, right? They're working with limited resources. And that learning curve, because they started here, is a lot more expensive. And if they do have some working capital, they see it just going. It's just it's almost like this throwing money out the window, right? Whereas you start at the bottom, you're learning as you go, and it's costing you less money to learn. You're not making as much money, but you're learning as you go at a cheaper cost, and you can take those steps up. As you're making money, you're growing your business and you're stepping up. You're stepping up. So. Any thoughts on 9 Amazon e-commerce warehouse? I learned about them last year when I took a supply chain class. 9 Amazon e-commerce warehouses as far as what? Investing in one? Non non-Amazon e-commerce, if you're talking about investing in one, I wouldn't. That's not something from cross docking. Warehousing is another monster within itself. Not something that if given the opportunity, if I had the opportunity, I would never do that again. I'd rather just no. Yeah. Running a warehouse is another monster within itself, man. So that's just my opinion. As far as like e-commerce, if you're talking about from a competitive angle against Amazon, I wouldn't even try to take that on, man. That's just me personally. Is OTR with the cargo van worth it versus dedicated routes locally? If I'm running a cargo van, I'm running local all day long. I think what I'm seeing with the cargo van, I see the same similarities of issues that people that are running it with a box truck. I see the same complaints. I think if you got a cargo van, I think there's plenty of opportunity that you can run local. You may make less, per stop in comparison to what you run in a cargo van over the road for a particular load, but you're spending less. You know what I'm saying? You're spending less, and running a cargo van locally is more dedicated. It's more dedicated. So you know what you're doing day to day versus the person who's running expedited. I mean, look at Axel. I don't think you know Axel. I think you're new to the channel. He'll wait around waiting for loads. He had to deadhead back from Las Vegas back to Ohio during Thanksgiving. He was driving on Thanksgiving. I think he made it home on Thanksgiving. He ran a load from Ohio to Las Vegas. He couldn't get nothing coming back, so he had to deadhead from Las Vegas back. He made it home like on Thanksgiving Day that morning, and he slept all day. Like, the smaller the vehicle, the less opportunity. You look at it like this. OTR is a lane that's really set up. And I know some people are going to get mad, but listen, we got to keep it 1,000. OTR was designed for semi trucks. All right. It was designed for semi trucks. Each step down, there's less opportunity. There's less opportunities for a 26-foot box truck running OTR than there is for a semi truck. There's even less opportunity if you can find work for a 16-foot box truck running OTR than for a 26-foot box truck. There's less opportunity for them all running OTR for a cargo van. Now, why? Why? Less space, less capacity. There's more opportunity on a local level for a cargo van than OTR. So when you sit back and you creating your business plan of going in with a cargo van, the first thing you want to look at is where's the opportunity in the market? Where's the opportunity and where's the need? Where's the void? Me, knowing the business, knowing what I know, I get a cargo van, I'm not thinking about OTR. I understand that e-commerce is going to scale another 4 to 5% in the next, 4 years, 5 years? There's plenty of opportunity from general merchandise to grocery. On a local level, there's no constraints. The constraints that are on a box truck running OTR, you're not under those same guidelines with a cargo van on a local level. You got big box retailer competing for consumers based on who can get the item to the consumer the quickest. Every market there's a Target, every market there's a Walmart, every market damn near there's an Amazon. And all these companies depend on gig apps or cargo van carriers. So why would I have a cargo van looking for loads on the load board, waiting around for the scarce opportunity? Because remember, you're at the bottom of the totem pole because that lane wasn't designed for a cargo van, it was designed for a semi truck. So you're at the bottom of the hill. So that means you get paid the less and there's less opportunities. Whereas locally, the opportunities are endless. So Mark, does the U-Haul Mover Helper app bring in clients or iOS the app not good? Mark, does the U-Haul Movers Helper app bring in clients or iOS the app not good? I don't get that second part. If you ask me, does the U-Haul Movers Helper app bring in clients? So the way U-Haul Movers works is when a person rents a truck at the point of sale, before they cash out, like if they reserve it online, okay, boom, I pick a 15-foot truck, then they'll try to sell me some blankets. Do you want to rent a dolly? Do you want to rent this? Do you want to rent that? Then the next screen, hey, do you want to buy some shrink wrap? Do you want to buy some tape? And then the next screen is, do you need help loading your truck? So they're doing the marketing for you. Do you need help loading your truck? Then they'll show them a list of the top rated people on Moving Helper, and then the customer can scroll and find who's high rated or who has the best price. And then they say, do you need help unloading your truck? So they're marketing it for you at the point of sale. So, U-Haul is number one in household goods, commercial truck rental. So as far as the marketing is done in-house at the point of sale. So they're doing that for you. You thought I was taking Axel? No. We're not bringing no strangers over mama's house for Thanksgiving dinner. We'll make you a plate, but no strangers. I got denied delivery U-Boxes because U-Haul thinks I'm a moving company. Do you think I should try to get them? Why do they? Yeah, U-Haul doesn't hire moving companies to be dealers or to get on moving helper. So that has something to do with more than likely your email address. Because the only reason I was able to become a U-Haul dealer because I own a moving company is because of the corporate MCO. So the vice president of this market, the AFP, which is the area field manager, he put the word in for me, and they pushed me through because they don't want you competing against their customer. So that was the situation with me being a U-Haul dealer. Now, I never got with U-Haul Moving Help too because I wanted to sign up for that, but they never let me sign up for that because of that situation as well. But I was fine with it. So it's probably your email. If your email resembles something close to like delivery or moving, they're looking at it like, you're a moving company and you're going to be in competition. They don't want you to go on a job, load somebody or unload somebody and then pitch your services simultaneously while you're doing it, so that the next time this customer needs to move, they just call you directly and not them. That's why they don't do it. There's a multitude of different softwares and stuff out there. I've used a plethora, so as far as managing, like from a moving company, like credit card sales and stuff, whatever merchant processing company you use now, like the back end as far as the bookkeeping is there. So if you use Stripe or let's say you use Square, all that back end stuff is there. As far as your gross revenue sales, quarterly, daily, weekly, all that stuff is there. Even, your CSV files for your taxes at the end of the year. To manage your fleet, I've always used Fleetmatics. So, there's a plethora of different companies and softwares that you can use. Just whatever floats your boat, whatever fits your budget. As far as invoices, you can use whatever merchant service you use. So if you use Stripe allows you to invoice customers as well. So you can set up your invoice page with your logo and all that stuff, and then you can send a customer an invoice, and then when they get the email, it'll have the clickable pay button. They'll say, okay, if it's $1,000, you send them an invoice for $1,000. They can click pay straight in the email. They can Apple Pay, put their credit card, and it'll pay. So, and then like keeping track of drivers, that's all with whoever you go for your to manage your fleet. So let's say you go with like Fleetmatic. So not only will they come out and install the GPS tracking, they also have other things that you can buy that you can incorporate into your package for additional charge, of course, that can manage your drivers, track your drivers, driving behavior, maintenance, keeping up with the maintenance. There's certain garments that you can purchase that that they recommend that Fleetmatics can tap into the garment. So we would send messages to the truck through the garment from Fleetmatics, or we could optimize routes. So we could actually send them the route straight to the truck. So my brother would go in, let's say we wanted to send truck 3 a route, let's say he got 50 stops. We'll put the stops in we won't even have to put them in the correct order. We just type them in, right? And then we hit optimize. We hit the starting point, the ending point. We put the stops in. It don't matter in the order, and just hit optimize. And then it'll optimize the stops in order from the starting point to the end point, right? And then we just hit send, pick the truck, send the truck 3. The garment will go off. You got a route come in. They accept the route, and then boom, all they got to do is hit go. And then it's going to take them to the first stop. You've arrived at the first stop. Boom, do the delivery. Boom, delivery done. Hit the done button. Doing this, take them to the next stop. So all that's is like up charges that you can pay for. But if you find a good tracking, GPS tracking, or fleet or a fleet management software system, they'll have all that stuff in. And then like the more stuff you add, right, the higher your bill is. That's my plan. Dedicated routes and gig apps. How about when you have a fleet of vans? Can you run multiple vans on gig apps? I think gig apps are more reserved to independent owner operators instead of fleets. Is U-Box worth it, and how much does it pay? Depends on market. It can be worth it depending on the market, especially in the spring and summertime. Appreciate you. Had to move a 400-pound gun safe up a flight of stairs. It gets real in the field. Hey man, gun safes ain't no joke, but I done moved plenty gun safes in my day. Upstairs, downstairs. I may use a different email and use my Highlander. Yeah, if you're using an email that got anything with moving the delivery, no, they're not going to accept you. Just use your personal, just create a Gmail. So glennlogan@gmail.com. They don't want to deal with no companies. There is a demand for U-Boxes, especially in the spring, summer. It really gets crazy. I'm starting up a logistics business. I only have a Jeep Cherokee to start. I do have a firefighter EMT background, so I was thinking of doing medical service like lab results. Any recommendations? Those usually don't pay well. I would start on a gig-based side. I would probably get with a company like T-Force or something and work with e-commerce. That medical pharmaceutical delivery, it just doesn't pay well. You know, I would start with something that's more e-commerce based, delivering, goods, StockX goods. There's some Office Depot, some office supply runs, I should say, that you can get for your personal vehicle. I would look for more general freight than medical supply. Man, that route optimization came in clutch with FedEx. Man, that route optimization is worth it when you run in a fleet. It's worth whatever the upcharge is when you run in a fleet. Thank you for tuning in. All right, y'all, I've been on here for way longer than I said. 4 hours. I know a lot of people tapped in tonight because I haven't dropped a link in a while. So I wanted to make sure I spent time with the people who tapped in. I didn't want to slight them or cut them short. So we did that. I answered everybody's questions. So yeah, just keep your head up, everybody. You know, keep putting that work in. You started a business, so ain't nobody gonna feel bad for you. I definitely not gonna feel bad for you because I done put in the work. I know what it takes. So coming from a person that knows what it takes, that's done did some grueling, back-breaking work. I done fell off trucks. You know, I done, cut myself. I done paid claims. I done threw my shoulder out a couple times. Shoulder still popping. Ain't gonna never be the same. I got a hip. I done fell back. I fell off the back of a truck one time. Saved the couch. Bent my leg back the wrong way. Knee was bad. You know, all types of stuff. All types of stuff. So from a person who's did the hardest stuff you can do in a box truck, moving and final mile delivery, I'm telling you, there's opportunity out there. So, that OTR stuff, if it's not working for you, go do final mile. If final mile ain't working for you, try something else. If Amazon ain't working for you, try something else. It's opportunities out there. It's opportunities out there. You got people that have transitioned. They telling you the work is hard, but hey, it is what it is. You got to do the work. Ain't nobody gonna feel bad for you. A business person, you want to do your business because people say, "Oh, I want to start my own business so I can get away from the rat race." When I see people say that all the time, I have to correct them. Oh, well, I want to start my own business because I don't want to work for nobody no more. I want to be able to do what I want to do. No, you're not going to be able to do what you want to do, especially you're going to work harder running your own business than you are working a 9 to 5. At 5 o'clock, you can punch out, go home, and don't worry about work till 9 o'clock. When you're running a business, that business is plaguing you all day. You physically doing the work, you doing some type of work for that business, and even when you land in your bed, your mind is thinking about that business. You're thinking about what problem you got to solve in the morning, the problem that you couldn't solve today. First thing in the morning, you got to continue a continuation of the problem from today that you wasn't able to solve today, that that's the first thing on your plate tomorrow, and you're going to carry that to bed with you. You're going to be thinking about it in the bed while you're trying to fall asleep, trying to come up with a solution. That's business. This is what you chose. Now, the rewards for all that hard work don't come at the beginning. They come later. But you got to put in the work. You have to make sure that you have a full understanding of what you're investing in so that you can get to that point. It don't get greater at the beginning. It get greater later. And until the next time, I'm out.